almost 90th South and whatever that is, 8th East, just east of SeaTac. The one thing that they made a point of is that if you cannot attend the regional meeting for where we are supposed to be for the Salt Lake Valley, you are welcome to select another site, another region's meeting and attend that. I have a conflict on the night of the 23rd, and so I'm going to go up the following week to Park City and sit in on theirs. That seemed to be one of the closer ones to do. So know that that's available. And maybe Amber can help me with this one a little bit. They're looking to have people make suggestions of our individual board members that could be spotlighted through USBA. And it's also the type thing that if you don't want to be spotlighted, feel free to put in a request to not be spotlighted. If you're working on your MBA, again, your master board, what is that, master board award, that award, that word, I missed that. Those are due December 1, so they can process that information before year end. NSBA meeting for 2022, sounds so strange to say 2022, doesn't it? Is scheduled in late April. It's all I know is it's after the 15th, which was good news for me. And it is in San Diego this year. USBA also made mention that if the individual districts need help complying with R277-328, the equity deal, that they are available to provide assistance to make sure that districts are in compliance with that new law. Oh, almost forgot. Next week. It's the one that's coming soonest anyway. Next week on the 16th is the USBA Leadership Academy up in Midway. And to me, probably not the most beneficial, but nevertheless still exciting, is this year they are including a golf tournament. If you want to play 18 holes, be there at 11. If you want to play 9 holes, whoever want to do that, I don't know. It would be there at 1 o'clock. And the good news is between the Homestead and Zermatt, they offered us a promotional rate of $50, which is a really, really good rate. And Richard came to the meeting and says they found a sponsor, and so the golf is being sponsored. So if people are interested, come up and you be there. Don't do this 1 o'clock crap, okay? 11 o'clock, you be there.
I'm on.
Okay.
Hey, Mont, real quick. So what time does all of the training start, like on Thursday the 16th?
Check-in is at 4.
Okay.
And I believe the meetings actually start at 6.
Okay, and then we have all day meetings on Friday.
Thursday, we have an evening, all-day meetings on Friday, and we're there till noon on Saturday.
Okay. Thank you.
And can I just add something? I just want to say Mont was on the committee that planned that, and I think it's going to be excellent, but his committee just worked really hard and the schedule looks really good. So I hope you guys can come.
And if people are interested, with any luck at all, we should be able to be done there and still be back if we choose to attend Pat Taylor's funeral.
I believe that's the
Oh, this
that's
week?
this Saturday.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm looking at
Yeah.
that. I'm thinking Saturday, and I was off a week. Good. Thank you.
So we can make both. Thank you, Mont.
Okay.
Sure appreciate that update and everything that you do to represent us on the board of directors there. Any questions, board, on that information?
You know, one other thing, and I thought it was very appropriate towards the end of the meeting, and I can't even remember who brought it up. You've got a better memory than I do. The question was asked, what are we here for? And I think that is a very good question for all of us to ask ourselves as we come to meetings and we do what we do. Why are we doing this?
Thank you. Okay, yeah, lots of good things coming up from USBA. Appreciate that. Next item is item 1B, District Accreditation Update. I will turn time over to Cindy Hanson, Director of Middle Schools, and Jesse Hennifer, Assistant Director of ISD.
Is this on? Yes. Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, board. We're excited to be here and just to be able to have an opportunity to talk with you a little bit about where we've been so far in our accreditation process and where we're headed, and the updates about our visit that's coming up in October. And we wanted to just make sure we were able to talk with you about some of the specific leadership standards that relate directly to your work as our governing authority. So we want to give you this little bit of an opportunity to kind of see where we are and see what questions you may have. Okay, so first of all, just kind of an overview, purpose of accreditation. So accreditation is typically something that's done in high schools. I don't know if I should say the number, it's really big, 38 years in education, most of that in high schools. So I've had about 8 accreditation processes that I've been through in different kinds of ways. And it's the way that high schools are allowed to issue credit, so that colleges, universities, when you look at NCAA requirements, all of those things come from this accreditation process. And so back in 2015, that's when we last did our high school accreditation. There was discussion about a system. So looking at a system versus just high schools. And so that's how we decided to move forward. We wanted to have kind of a whole way for us to look at levels, achievement gaps across our whole district. And so this is really about monitoring our celebrations. It's about monitoring our goals and our growth. So the primary national and international accrediting body is Cognia. That's the one that USBA supports. That's our state accreditation body. Okay, so Cognia is the national and internationally recognized body. So colleges and universities look for that stamp of approval when they want to see whether or not you have that accreditation. So as we work with Cognia, we're going to be looking at feedback on our progress. We're going to be looking at all of the different growth that we've made and really look at what we want to do as we move forward. So total system, K-12. All right, so strategic planning. As we look at our systems over time, it's a 5-year cycle. So when you do an accreditation, you have 5 years to be working on those goals and those things that you've identified that you want to improve. And then you have kind of a growth plan. It allows you to be able to look at and really articulate where you want to move. So in Cognia, they have, when they come, Jesse and I have been fortunate to do a couple of evaluation visits where we were on the team that did the evaluation. And really they accentuate areas of celebration, areas of growth, and then they have a very specific report they send you on those specific areas. So it's implemented across all levels. It helps support our mission, our vision, and move the whole work of the district forward. So we're excited about that opportunity. So in the past, so as I said, after the high schools were accredited, that's my, so proud of that English teacher moment, accredited back in 2015, we really started our work in 2019. So Jesse and I were fortunate enough to be the coordinators that were assigned to take part in this and kind of organize and oversee this process. And so we have been in contact with Cogni. And one of the things we wanted to make sure was that we understood the process. So that's why we went out and actually did the evaluations. We're part of those teams so that we could really help serve our district as we were moving forward in this process. So past work also. When we started, we weren't exactly sure how much schools would do in a system. When you're at the high school level, you do a lot of work, and each high school is kind of doing their own thing. And so it's really an amazing thing to be able to do this as a system. So we had principals from each level meet with Jesse and I. We reviewed the accreditation process. We planned possible principal interactions and needs they would have. And then we're really wanting them to be advocates and supports at their levels so that they could be another lens that understands the process. So we did a kind of a kickoff in December of 2020, where we went through the whole process with the principals. We also, in the level meetings with principals, we looked at standard 2, which is the learning standard. So that really is the standard that's most directly tied to the work at the school level. And we had principals kind of go through each standard and look at, where they see us as a district, what their perceptions are at the school levels, and give us feedback that we could then use to start creating our documentation and really understanding what data we needed to collect and where. Because truly part of this process isn't just about proving we're awesome, which we are, but it's also about really finding where we need to do better and making that a priority. We also did a system and school quality factor survey. It basically takes the standards and then asks for perceptions. So we have data that shows what our principals and what their school-based personnel, how they saw our district in terms of these quality factors. Okay, so current work, I'm going to turn this over to Jesse to talk to you a little bit about where we are right now.
Yeah, so as Cindy mentioned, as we went into this, one of the reasons we wanted to do it was to look at our district, because at the time when we proposed it to you as the board, we were, I think, at our 10-year anniversary. And so it seemed like this really great time to then take a look at our system and our district up to this point, because we were new, we've been creating and building. So where are we at now? So that's one of the other things that led to us doing it as a system. But back to current work. So what we had done is we put together a district accreditation work team. And this had directors and associate directors and specialists from different departments. And the purpose of that team was to do that heavy lifting, where our schools had in the past had all of their personnel trying to pull the same data and duplicate data at different schools. We were able to then move that work to district personnel so that the schools can teach and work with our students, and that we could pull that evidence based on the feedback our principals gave us and our teachers gave us in that needs assessment that Cindy talked about. So our district accreditation team, they collected evidence that we have all over the place, from our dashboard to the documents that you have created as a board, to the documents that we have created in curriculum maps and so forth. And we take those evidences and we align it with a standard and a key concept. And that's our evidence to the visiting team on how well we're doing as a district. And then they take that evidence and they review it against a rubric. And based on that rubric, they give us a rating and give us whether it's celebrations or areas for improvement. So our district accreditation team was collecting that evidence and aligning it with standards. And then Cindy and I, as the accreditation coordinators, we're currently reviewing that evidence in what we've called the accreditation workspace, which is what we'll eventually give to Cognia with a list of all of the evidences that we have from our district. And one of the things that we want to make sure is that it aligns to standards, and that the standards that are listed within Cognia's accreditation, we have data to show where we're at. And again, some of the standards we don't have evidence, and that's okay. That's part of that continuous improvement as a district. The next thing we've been doing is the accreditation work team has been writing standard and key concept summaries. Because each of those standards, we have a lot of evidence, but to tell our story on where we're at and where we think we're at, we write a brief summary for each of those standards, and we try to align it with what we think or where we think we are at with that rubric. And then finally, currently our school administration, each school is writing their own school executive summary. This is their story about their school, because we are a system of all of these awesome schools, and the accrediting team wants to know not only what we do as a big system, but what schools, what makes up our system as our schools. And so they are creating these executive summaries to tell about their student populations and to tell about the unique things that are happening in each schools. Because some schools have, for example, dual immersion programs, and they want to celebrate that, where others don't, but other schools have other highlights that they want to highlight. And these executive summaries from each of those schools allows each school to tell their story as part of our bigger Canyon School District system. Here's our next steps. So 9:14, school administrators will submit those school executive summaries to Cindy and I and school performance. They are, and they're great. They're great. They want to tell their stories, which they should. That's a big part of what makes Canyons Canyons is our unique schools across our communities. But they're giving their executive summaries, turning them in. We are giving them feedback if there's places we see needed evidence. Then on the 17th, coming up really quickly, the two of us, Cindy and I, will submit our workspace evidence to the Cognia Lead Evaluator. So that is that jump page or that area where they can, as a team, go in and look at all of the evidences that we've collected and aligned to standards. Then between the 17th and October 1st, we want to invite participants to participate in accreditation stakeholder focus groups. Because one of the things that will occur, and that will be coming up, is the lead evaluator and their team will interview parents, teachers, students, school administrators, district administrators, you as the board, the superintendent. They interview all of those groups to ask questions about Canyon School District and how it impacts each of those stakeholders. And so they'll use that as additional evidence when they're giving us recommendations and celebrations. So we would like to build that those focus groups between now and October 1st. And also between now and the 17th, our lead evaluator will communicate to the two of us anything that they see as missing or needed, so that that evidence is complete as that team comes together to then give us recommendations and evaluate where we're at as a school district. And then I will turn the time over to Cindy right now.
So the visit, October 18th through the 21st, looming large. We're excited. So it's going to be a virtual visit. Cognia is still not doing in-person visits. So all of the things that they do, all the focus groups, everything is through Zoom. And so we'll have different places here where we can have groups of people located, but then they'll be talking through the Zoom platform. And Jesse and I, that's how we did the evaluations last year. And it works pretty well. It's a little bit of a bummer because you want to feel the energy of the different schools and the district, but you do get a lot of information from those stakeholder groups. They're crucial.
I would say that the student stakeholder group doesn't care that it's on Zoom at all. We've interviewed 10th and 11th graders who have walked from one class to another with their phone, also doing an interview. So for our students, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Our parents, some of them, they do miss that face-to-face.
Yeah. And they can also come in from home. They don't have to come to the central location, but we will have things available. So what they'll do, the team will look at our workspace evidence, and we'll show you an example. We kind of pulled out the 3 standards that are very specifically targeted to you as the board. And so you can see what that document looks like as we're working in it. The visiting team, as Jesse said, he meets with the superintendent, meets with members of the board. There's 9 different stakeholder group meetings scheduled in those 2 or 3 days. So a lot of the time that they spend with us is in those stakeholder stakeholder groups. And then they will start, sometimes we started at 6:30 in the morning and went till 8 or 9 or 10 at night when we served on those teams. So they do a lot of their discussion after they've had a chance to hear from the people who are most invested in this district, which is really great. And then also they'll provide, as I said earlier, they provide kind of an overview, just kind of a review of those celebrations and the feedback when they give us that last little, here you go, and present it to Dr. Robbins. And then it takes about 4 to 6 weeks to get the lengthier full report from Cognia, because the lead evaluator writes up this really long report of things and all of the different evidences that we gathered. So that's what the visit will look like in October. So these were the three as we looked at the leadership. So the way that Cognia is organized, you have 3 domains. So you have leadership, you have learning, and you have resources. And within each domain, you have a certain number of standards. So there are 11 standards in the leadership, there are 12 in learning, and 8 in resources. And so that's how they organize and structure all of the different things that we present as data points. So as we looked through these different standards, for the governing board, there are 3 specific standards in the leadership capacity domain that apply to the work that you do directly. So standard 1.1 says the system commits to a purpose statement that defines beliefs about teaching and learning, including the expectations for learners. So a lot of this is related to mission, vision, all of those purpose things that you lead us in. Standard 1.4, the governing authority establishes and ensures adherence to policies that are designed to support the system effectiveness. And standard 1.5, the governing authority adheres to a code of ethics and functions within defined roles and responsibilities. So those are the 3 that really say governing authority, very specific. Certainly your influence is felt on all standards, but these were some that we wanted to pull out and really give you a chance to look at the data we've collected and see where you might, maybe there's something we've left off. So there might be somewhere where you'd want us to add additional pieces. So Cindy, if we can have the workspace evidence, the one that will start this. So the stock. Okay. We had that and the rubric. So those are the other 2. So one of the, as Jesse and I have met with the lead evaluator, she's been great to work with in terms of looking at the structure and the organization that we had put together as we were working with our district work team to gather our data. And so she was more than happy to utilize that particular structure. And so it's been, we think, a user-friendly document where we can make it easy for the accreditation evaluation team to find everything. I know as we've experienced working with different teams, sometimes there's just lists and lists and lists and lists, and it takes you hours just to look at or try to find the data you're looking for. So we want to make it somewhere where the visiting team can access everything in an easy way. Is it coming up? Do you need us to resend it? Okay. Any questions on that first part, the overview, while we're waiting?
Mrs. Nybauer?
Hi, thank you for that overview.
Of course.
A few questions. As I was going through all of these documents in preparation for the meeting, I began looking at the process of accreditation. And my first thought was how are we going to involve the stakeholders? So I was excited to see, as you scroll down, that focus group. A question about that. We don't have in all of the documents, we have CSD artifacts, and we have a portion where we have domains of focus, but I do not believe that is the same focus group you're including in the accreditation stakeholder focus group. So can you enlighten us a little bit about what you're looking for with who you're inviting to that And would the board possibly have the opportunity to invite some patrons that email us frequently, or what are you looking for those focus groups specifically?
Yeah, I think typically, and Jesse can weigh in, usually we're just looking for a cross section of, because it's system wide instead of
Yes.
just an individual high school, right?
Right.
So looking for elementary, middle and high, and then usually Cognia separates them out.
Uh-huh.
So members of their evaluation team talk with like an elementary and then a secondary. Usually they put them in those two groups.
Uh-huh.
So they would do that. And then I think we would just want to have principals, we would want to solicit people who are interested in wanting to serve on those focus groups and try to get a nice cross section of all of our different feeder systems and the parents who are interested in taking part.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think school community councils is a great place to go for that. And then just also even when we're talking about different types of focus groups and patrons, looking for different concerns or interests, if we're meeting the needs, like kids with reading disabilities, advanced learners, all of that conglomerate. So I was hoping we could get a little more specific with that, even if you just broadly say, these are some parents we're hoping to include in the focus group.
Right.
One of our initial thoughts is you as a board had asked for constituents who are not often represented in one of your most recent requests. And I think that was for our strategic planning. Piggybacking on that could also be beneficial because it does give us a cross section of students from families who are multilingual learners to those who have special education needs to those who may be advanced students. And so that cross section I think is important, especially when they're looking at an entire system. We want to try to get as many a diversity of stakeholders that reside here. So the original thought was maybe piggybacking off of that, but we could also work in another way. So we've just barely begun thinking of pulling that together.
Yeah, I love that idea. And I'd love to see just a basic outline of what you're looking for with that.
Yeah.
And I don't know about my fellow board members, but I get excited about the idea of maybe giving opportunity to other parents. When we had that with the strategic planning, we only got to give out 4 invitations. I've got a list of like 16 others that would be thrilled. And I know all my fellow board members do too. So we're excited about that portion of it.
So our groups that we have worked
It's
with
like 8 to 12.
have been 8 to 12. The largest was one of our parent groups, and it was 16. And that was with a system accreditation that both Cindy and I took part in for a Texas school system. So that's after about 16, it kind of gets unwieldy
Sure.
because especially on Zoom, not everyone had an
Right.
opportunity to speak. And so it took us a lot to facilitate that. So, but up to at least 16, I think is a workable group, but we can also discuss that too.
Great.
Yeah, and we were interested in representing that similar kind of gathering that we were doing with the strategic planning. And I know, especially with parents and administrators, you want to have administrators that reflect, different schools, different needs. And it's interesting because if they were coming in person, what they usually do with students is just grab kids from the hall. Like they'll maybe say, give me a
Yeah.
few, but they really want to just pick kids at random and see what they think. So they really are looking for that true perspective of what it means to be part of the school and part of the
Well,
system.
and it's so vital because when we are aligning it to a standard and a key concept and saying, are we accomplishing that? How nice is it for us? We know how we feel we're doing in our processes, but then who we're delivering it to.
Exactly.
Do you feel your needs are being met? So I'm really excited about that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
A quick follow-up question. What kind of a time commitment do those participants need to make?
Usually were they about an hour?
30 minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
It didn't go any longer than an hour with that. They tried to hold to that as the maximum.
And just a one-time visit?
Yes. And they've given us kind of a draft schedule. So we can be, starting to plan when those groups can show up. And then if there's problems with some of the timing, we can switch some things around. But they usually start with the superintendent and the board, and then they move through parents and students and district and school-based administrators. So it's over the course of 2 to 2.5 days, but they'll do them here's an hour, and then they have a break and they process and talk through everything and look at the data, and then they go to the next group. It's a lot, but it's a one-time visit.
And in our experience, they tried to work the parent stakeholder group into a time where more parents would be available. Because students are all in school, we can pull them, administrators and teachers, we can pull them during the school day. It was the parents that we really tried, at least in the 2 accreditation visits we did, that we really tried to accommodate to encompass more parents rather than those that would be just available at 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. or something like that. So that'll be something we'll have to consider as well.
Okay, let's see, Mr. Wrigley and then Mrs. Nybauer.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to get some clarification on this. And I've seen some of the documents, more entailed documents. When I worked with the Department of Human Services, about every 5 years, the legislative auditor got to spend a week or 2 or 3 or a month with me, as is the state auditor come in and look on an actual management audit. The question is this appears to be more of a management audit than it would be any other type of management as far as how things are organized and how things are functioning and stuff like that. Sort of tying to our tenet on fiscal accountability that we every so often take a look. I thought originally when we put this forward was sort of innovative because we don't have to go down to kindergarten, but we said we will go ahead and take a look at our whole system rather than not giving accountability for the K through 9. We go the K through 9 in that. Does this, from what I understand about this, they really don't consult at all on curriculum or academics, or they're not telling us what curriculum items to do, or they're not telling us if our academics are appropriate or not.
No, it's
They're not-
standards based on, the teaching, the evidence of what we implement. So our curriculum, our standards, what we
Yeah.
have and how we implement it,
Mhm.
and whether or not that's effective, and monitoring our data over time and evaluating all of our own growth. But no, they don't
Yeah.
dictate any programs.
So it's
or-
mostly the fidelity of our system,
Yes.
that we have our curriculum and what we're teaching, and are we actually teaching that? Are we actually implementing what we're saying? And is what we're saying actually working?
Correct.
So they can come back to us and say, well, you've been doing this program for 3 years, but we didn't see the evidence. And I think what you said to me in another meeting is, as we looked at this, it's evidence-based.
Mhm.
So we may think, oh, we're doing really fine, but unless we have evidence, which is usually what we do in anything in education, then that goes with that. There's been some concern about this particular accreditation company. Is there others in the state that are approved?
No, I double checked with the board, a board member, that Cognia is our state approved accrediting body. So, and it's the biggie. Like it's that when you look at, we did advanced ed in our previous accreditation, and now advanced ed is part of Cognia. The Northwest Association is part of Cognia. So a lot of these other accreditation bodies are under the Cognia umbrella. So it's one of the primary national and international accrediting bodies, and it is the one that the state board has for Utah.
But it sounds like they don't have their fingers in a lot of other things other than assuming what we're doing and checking that at. For example, I use Microsoft, I use Google, I use several that I don't agree with politically, but I use them as a tool, and the heck with their philosophies. So it sounds like it's separate. I mean, now you're gonna be telling us just in a second about the questions, and I assume that'll be open to the public and people could see those things as we go through. And
The
stuff.
standards.
Yeah, the standards.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you.
So one of the ways, or the primary way, that all of the data and the whole process of accreditation is managed is through this I3 rubric. And the I3 stands for those 3 columns at the top: initiate, improve, impact. So those are kind of the progress that you make throughout this whole process. And then you have the 5 pieces underneath. So engagement, implementation, that's kind of your beginning steps. You have results and sustainability, which are further along the path and improvement. And then the impact is really about those embedded structures. So as the accreditation team looks at our data, they're going to look at each standard, all 32 of them, and say, okay, where does their data show? Are they in engagement? And are they a 1, 2, 3, or 4? Is it most of their stakeholders? Is it many? Is it few? So this is the tool that they use to assess all of the data and all of the documentation that we provide. So you spend a lot of time with the I3 rubric when you're in an evaluation team. So we wanted you to see that, because when we look at our actual workspace document, what we provide to Cognia is kind of our own rating of where we see ourselves in each standard. And, you know, they'll determine where they see us based on the data, but it's kind of our reflection of our growth and where we are, and kind of that pathway. Did you
and
want to add?
as we've, this is a process of continuous improvement for our district. That's what the process is. And one of the things that we've noticed is, as we've gone through standards and we've started to find evidence, some things that we thought we were much further on, we actually don't have the evidence to show that it is embedded. We're doing really well, we're seeing results, and it's sustainable across the district, but it may not be embedded. If a person leaves or a group left, it may not be there. And I think that's important. And back to Ms. Neibauer's, your comment, if you notice in engagement, that's all about stakeholders. And so it's not just the interviews that they're pulling that information out of. They're looking at the evidence we provide. And if we don't have evidence that shows that stakeholders are involved, from students to parents to administrators, then that's also something that they give us feedback on. And what could we do to improve getting more of that information to make the decisions that we make?
Do you have the little chart, Cindy?
I think we have a couple of questions while
Oh,
you're getting
sorry.
that pulled up.
Okay.
Mrs. Oakes, and then Mrs. Neibauer.
For the presentation.
It should be on the board. I mean, it was one of the 3 things I think that we.
So just to clarify, so once the results of the accreditation comes back, I'm assuming that those are accessible for anyone in the community to be able to see. Is that correct?
Yeah, we should be able to publish what that is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they can go through piece by piece and see what our standards are, what we're aiming
Mhm.
for, how we're doing, and all of that. So it's
Yeah.
going to be open and transparent to the public.
Yes.
Okay. And then my other question is, just to gain a gauge, I know that they're really kind of the only accreditation body that we can utilize in the state of Utah. What other kind of schools, public, charter, private, the whole 9 yards, like, are using Cognia?
Mhm.
All of those.
Yeah. So if they're a 912 institution, especially that's wanting to get credit that's going to be accepted in colleges and universities, you know, then they're using Cognia. And a lot of one of the systems we went to in Texas, or that we visited virtually, was a private school system. And as Jesse and I get lists all the time from Cognia inviting us to serve on different, accreditations, and it's everything: private schools, charter schools, high schools, not as many systems. We're kind of leading out in that. Davis and Ogden are the only 2 right now that have a system-wide accreditation. So, but if you want that reputation to go with you for that credit that you're trying to get for colleges and universities to accept, in Utah, Cognia is the body that you use.
So like schools like Juan Diego or American Heritage down in American Fork, some of those private schools would also be using it. What about like the online high schools, like BYU online high schools, some of those?
Yeah, if they're assigning credit that they want to be utilized, then yeah. This is
Thank
their
you.
same process.
Okay.
And I think it's important along those lines, the standards that we as Canyon School District are meeting, those are the same standards, whether it's a private school or whether it's a series of charter schools or whether it's an online school. The standards don't change. It's the system that they're measuring that against, those standards.
Mrs. Neibauer?
Thank you. Going back just briefly to the accreditation for the stakeholders focus groups, I'm just going to make 2 requests.
Okay.
First, that we as a board be able to see what are your domains of focus, just outlining specifically those groups that you're going to be pulling in for those, for that feedback, such as, students with learning disabilities, parents with you know, parents of advanced learners, multi-language, all of those I would love to see. And then also, if we could have a little more time as far as those invitations go as a board. I know this last cycle with the strategic planning, we had to really hop on it. We just had a few days and we were so grateful for the opportunity. It would be wonderful. I saw your timeline is September 17th through October 1st. If we have, you know, if you're going to give that to the board to invite some stakeholders, if we could get that notice here in this next week so that we have a couple weeks notice we can give parents.
And then it would be not until the 18th that they'd actually be serving on that
Right.
focus group. So
Yeah, it just gives people 2 weeks notice. Some parents work in the evenings
Yeah.
too. And, you know,
yeah, we can do that.
Mrs. Schill.
Okay, so you guys just said something that made me curious. So you said that you get invited to work with other districts. I mean, so who is reviewing? Is it people from other districts that are reviewing us? Or is it just Cognia personnel?
No, it's people from all over the country. So you sign up to be an evaluator and you have to go through a training process, and Cogni has modules and different things that you do to be trained. And then you're on a list basically, and different Cognia reps will send you a calendar. Here's all of the different accreditation visits that we have scheduled. If there are any that you would like to join as a member of the evaluation team, then you sign up and contact that person. So we've worked with people from Indiana, Texas, South Carolina, Louisiana, Arizona. So, I mean, Jesse and I were kind of a package deal. We went to represent canyons, but everybody else was from all over the country. So your evaluation team, our lead evaluator is from South Carolina. Her name is Carmen Pugh Banks. And then we'll have, and mostly they're district personnel. Sometimes they're school-based. A lot of them are still principals in schools that serve on these committees and things like that. So,
Okay, that's
Yeah.
very interesting. Thank you for clarifying that.
Mr. Millerberg.
Tell me, when you serve on those committees,
Mhm.
how does that benefit Canyon School District? Because I'm assuming you're not doing this on your own time, you're doing this on compensated school district time.
Mhm.
So I'd like to know what the benefit is to Canyon School District to have you go do that away from what your day job is.
Right. So we did two. We did one Skyline High School. We served on that specific. We wanted to see a high school in our area and how that would compare to our high schools and the way that would work together. And then we wanted to see a system. So for Jesse and I, it really helped us understand the process and helped us prepare for our accreditation, to understand what this would look like, to better know what kind of data, to better know how we're going to help support our principals, what they would need to do. Because at first we had this idea that principals had to be in all these meetings and do all of these things, but truly they're doing executive summaries. That's the paperwork they have. It's much narrower than it used to be. So it really gave us the opportunity to learn from the system, to know how we could prepare our people and be better able to showcase Canyons District. So that was the benefit to me. I don't know, Jesse, if you have other things.
I'd echo that. That was the big benefit. This was such a large undertaking. This is quite intensive for collecting the evidence, reviewing it, aligning it with standards, everything that was involved. If we would not have gone through it at least once, I would have felt less prepared when it came to our accreditation visit. I feel at this point, if the lead evaluator were to ask us anything, and if we needed anything, the two of us could support, from you as the board to our principals, in making that happen. And we have that knowledge to back that up.
Would you share with us the time commitment that took to be on the evaluation team for Skyline?
So Skyline and the other system district was 4 days. And it was 3, but it was from about 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. for 2 of the 3 days for one of the systems, and about 6 a.m. let's see, Texas was odd, but we were there for about 12 hours for 2 days and 11 hours on the third day for that. So about 33, 36 hours total.
Plus flight time, travel time,
All
It was
Zoom,
virtual.
all Zoom.
which
Okay.
yeah, all Zoom.
Oh, that's sweet.
Which, yeah, I was kind of looking forward to Texas barbecue. I've never really experienced that, but
Stand up
it's
and
all
stretch.
been Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay,
Is that
Keep-
okay? So
yeah,
just so you
going.
can see our the way that our evidence is arranged. So what we've done, again, Jesse and I just pulled out the 3 standards that we specified for governing board because we really wanted to know what your feedback was in terms of data that we may have overlooked or things that you would like us to add as data points. So the way that we've organized it is we have the standard, the Cognia standard is written above, and we're happy to make any and all of the standards transparent. We just picked these 3, but we can give you access to all 32. And so we have here the kind of our narrative, so an explanation, and then the links to the document is the second column, and then the I3 rubric. And again, this is our draft. It's not uploaded to Cognia yet, but where we're seeing the rating for implementation, results, et cetera. So kind of where we see our district in terms of that particular piece and then our reasoning behind it. So could you just scroll down, Cindy? So then you have standard 1.4 and 1.5. So you can see in 1.1, because we're still in that process of strategic vision, mission planning, we're more in that kind of results, kind of working through the process, that improved piece, even though we had some very specific mission visions plans prior to this new work that you're doing as a board. When you get into 1.4 and 1.5, where the standard is about policy and about codes of ethics, you can see that we're completely embedded. So that's something that as a board, there's very specific guidelines and structures and procedures that are followed every year and processes that are embedded as part of our district work. So we had just a few of those documents and some of the board rule and different things. So, so our request would be just if there are things that you're saying, we do this. I know we had talked, or I had talked with a few of you about wanting more from your awards and different things, committees that you serve on nationally and on the state level that I don't necessarily have access to, all of those specifics, but those are things we could also be uploading as evidence. So just looking for those opportunities from you to get additional feedback on those governing board pieces. Oh, okay, sorry about that. So I don't know what questions you have here that we could
And
answer.
any more questions? Okay, Mr. Wrigley and then Mrs. Nybauer.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Help me understand this a little bit more. Question of the different categories, the standards that they request of us. It sounds, how many people from Cogni actually come into the state? It sounds like there's a lot of other principals and stuff. I mean, do they have a large team or do they have a couple of people that lead this? How does that usually look?
For a system our size, they'll probably, I'm guessing they'll have 6 to 8. With the systems review teams that Cindy and I have worked with, there's been a lead evaluator from Cognia, a co-lead facilitator from Cognia, and then support from district administrators from around the country that have, or schools that have been part of Cognia accreditation as well.
Okay, so it's a relatively limited group that comes into the state. You've had the opportunity to go into the other states and observe and witness what's gone on. Did you try, any case were they trying to influence the districts on any particular thing that they had, or were they measuring them on the standards that they set?
No, they're very, we stick with our standards, we stick with the data, the evidence that they provide, and then we have those conversations where we may ask questions, about, okay, well, you had this data point. Often, even in the middle of the accreditation, the lead evaluators reaching out after we've had a focus group and something's come up, they may reach out to Jesse and I and say, this came up. We didn't see any evidence of that. Do you have that data? We'd really like to see that.
Mhm.
So they're constantly just trying to see what data you have as it relates to that standard, but they're not trying to convince you of any, it's all about your school, your district's continuous improvement
What your
journey and where
standards
you
are.
are and where your goals lie and how you can
Mhm.
manage that progress moving forward.
So you're pretty intimate with all the standards. Is there any standards that are specifically rated to CRT?
No,
Is that something that we could release, at least a preliminary
Yeah.
document? Because I know the whole document will be going out. Is there something we could release if there's anybody
Yeah, we
concerned
had-
about
It
that?
isn't on board docs, but this is all of the standards. And
Mhm.
we plan on communicating this at large anyway for
Mhm.
the whole district and all of our stakeholders, because this is our continuous improvement process, and our does mean our students and our parents and our principals. And so we want to do a communications push on here's what we're doing and why. And these are open documents. This, like I said, this is similar to what
Mhm.
she has up there, but it's just the standards. So that you can see that, and I can hand that out. And
Okay, I mean, if there's anybody interested, maybe leave it with
Yeah.
Cindy and they could take
Yeah,
a
and
look at it.
if there's a location you'd like us to upload that, I don't know if you want it on board docs or on the web page, or if there's somewhere. Those are the 32. So the 3 domains and the standards under each domain that we are
And I
working.
I assume it's available on their Cognio website.
Yeah, but I think.
So I didn't know if you wanted it
something
separate
we
from
have.
that, or we're happy to do whatever.
Okay.
the
Well, I just
direction.
talking of openness in the process, and eventually that document will be shared with everybody
Mhm.
so that the public can, I mean, in all, I think we've talked about this a couple times, and just the being brave to do our entire system. It ties with our tenants. It talks about our efforts to be one of the best, if not the best school districts in the state, to be able to look at ourselves critically and say, where are we and where we need to go?
Mhm.
And it ties in with our strategic plan to say, now that, how do we make this happen?
Right.
Too often in government, and I spent years in government, we just sort of floundered.
Mhm.
Where I think this might give that direction. I'm not sure I'm excited about the company, but as I said before, I've done excited about several companies that I deal with as far as Microsoft and Google and Facebook and everything else. I just don't dig their philosophies.
Yeah.
I use their product. So I assume at this point, there's a pretty good firewall between us and the company, and that we're using the product and not absorbing whatever their political nature is.
No, it's all just based on the standards and what we provide that shows how we are meeting that standard.
You've been very helpful. Thank
Yeah.
you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mrs. Nybauer, and then I'd like to see if superintendent has anything to add.
Okay, thank you. Bear with me. I have quite a list here.
Okay.
To begin with, as I was pulling up all these documents in preparation for tonight, a lot of these documents would open up to a Google Drive. As a board member, it would be awesome to be able to have these works in progress before board docs, a few days before, so we can get through it, because there's a lot of depth and breadth here to go through all of it and feel like I'm very cognizant of everything, right? To begin with, in the leadership capacity standards under the board's mission and vision, we have this Canyon School District Artifact Repository. And placed there, I'm not exactly sure why it's placed there. Can you help me with that? And then
Yeah,
we've got
so-
some things with that.
So that was, that standard is all about mission, vision, purpose.
Right.
And so when we reached out, because we have the current mission, vision, the tenets, those
Yeah.
pieces. And so it was there to be looking at the work that's being done in the steering
Right.
committee and in the planning for the strategic
Right.
planning. So it was a document that was
Right.
related to that.
There are some documents in there that are definitely the Board of Education. I talked to Dr. Robbins earlier today. I was grateful that some of our committee notes were included in there. There was one missing on innovation. However, there's other things in this artifact repository that I think are misplaced to be under the Canyons Board of Education mission and vision, because there's a multitude of things in there that wouldn't be necessarily linked. For example, when we go down to equity reviews, planning for educational equity analysis presented by Laura, that whole document was, I don't believe, was board directed. In fact, we have some definitions of equity,
Mhm.
which actually are in contrast to current USBA state
Right.
statute. We have a snapshot here, scrolling down, a snapshot of equity in Maine that's provided in here. And I don't know that would be something that really works in our repository. The equity audit model from University of Southern Maine. I don't know that Maine necessarily reflects Utah. And so I think that that's kind of ill-placed and we need to have a different model there. Some of these concepts, I serve on the equity committee along with some other board members, and specifically the artifacts there in that equity portion really don't reflect what we've been discussing in the equity committee. So I'd love to see some updates on that. And I understand this is a working document. And so some of this maybe just needs a date on it. And then we need more current in there, because definitely some of these things in this piece would no longer be considered even within the
applicable
USB.
to where we are.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll clean that up.
Okay, awesome. As far as, let's see, just as I'm trying to be quick. Okay. We have some things in here, like the definition of equity, redefining resource allocation, some of those things that need to be looked at. The definition of equity does not mean equal. We need to make sure that this is reflective of, we're looking to provide pathways for every student at every school in Canyon School District, right? We're providing equal opportunities, but we cannot predict or force equal outcomes, right? We're trying to do the best outcome. Okay, we have here on the domains, focus and domains. So if we scroll down here, we have domains, and the domain focuses, we really need to look at that, the levels of focus. We have SES, race, ethnicity, gender, sexual identity, EL status, SPED status. I don't see anything here about, advanced learners, DLI learners. Again, like we're talking about that broad spectrum of all of our patrons, and we're missing so many in that domains of focus that I would like to have included. Let's see. In our statistics, and I've mentioned this in board meeting before, a lot of our demographics, when we look at statistically speaking, we're counting students 2, 3, 4 times because they fall in more than one demographic. And that was something I mentioned to Dr. Roderick earlier. If we could even include a final slide that shows where the overlap is, because if you look at those tables at a glance, if you add up all those percentages, it looks like we may have 55% of our district when really it's 24%, but those students have been counted.
Represent multiple groups.
Groups. And so that needs to be on our table and in our graphs. I have some other things, but I'll stop there.
Okay, so board member, I was just going to say, I think the invitation was if we noticed anything, we should contact them. Moving forward.
And maybe this isn't the right place in your table for that artifact, because this is under the leadership and the board portion of it. And this is kind of, here's everything we've been working on in the last few years, and it's not all board directive.
No, and
it doesn't need to be, but it just needs to be in the proper place.
Right.
Because I opened that and I was like, oh my goodness.
to pull out the things that are more specifically for mission, vision,
Okay.
that part of it. Yeah.
All right. And Superintendent, would you like to make a comment?
Sure. Thank you. First off, let me just want Jesse and Cindy to know how much I appreciate their hard work on this. And being a former high school principal, I totally understand the weight of this process and just how intense it is. And it, you know, at the end of the day, I think in conjunction with the strategic vision process, it will be a very, you know, helpful process. And it, you know, it's adds to the deck, and it's more inclusive. I appreciate Holly's comments. She kind of stole my thunder. That's what I was going to point out. That's okay. And I appreciate her comments on that, on the artifact that cites the equity review. That's a working document that began last summer. About mid late fall, I made the decision to put that on hold because I didn't believe it was in alignment with the direction that the board or the district would want to go. But those are only used as resources. There was never any board direction on those since that time. And we'll talk about this in my presentation, but the state board has adopted an equity in education definition that I would recommend Canyons adopts. And its definition is focused on the principles of diversity and inclusion. And we've also contracted with Sunlight Works to help guide our work there. But I also just wanted to point out what the obvious that Holly pointed out as well. So I don't know if there's questions beyond that, but.
Thank you. So I think board, I'll try and summarize anyway, this last hour.
Sorry about that.
So thank you for all the work that has been done. I think that we recognize now we're coming into the home stretch of a very long process, and we appreciate that. And so because it's the home stretch, we're doing the kind of some of the fine tuning to make sure that it is accurate reflection of our district and what we're doing. And then also it sounds like there will be some work done through these focus groups. And so we will look forward to more information and detail on that, as far as any invitations that could be made to participants, as well as you mentioned that the board would be also invited, board members would be invited to participate, correct? So, and then what gets turned in on the 17th is the fine-tuned draft of this document that you all have been working on, but then added to it will what comes from the focus groups and the actual visit, and then the final document will be available not only to the board, but to the public as well, sometime
That
November-ish.
18 Yeah, 18 to
After
20
mid-October
after
to
our
November.
visit.
Mhm.
After the
Okay.
visit.
Great. Okay.
So-
Thank you so much. You have one. Yeah, I was just going to see if you had any other
So-
things for us, and then we'll move on.
An assignment from the board would be to propose or share the groups that we are looking for. That's one.
And the criteria.
Just
that
the
we're
category,
And the
the
criteria.
categories. I think we would want to be respectful of people's individual information.
Yes,
Yeah,
Yes,
just wanted to
yes.
make sure I had it written
just
down.
the groups that were.
the categories. Yes.
All right.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for all your work. Next item is item 1C, process for compliance with Utah State Board of Education Rule 277328, Equity in Education. Superintendent Rick Robbins.
Thank you. Thank you, President Tingy. So this is a great segue right into this discussion. So I'll get through this, and then if you have some questions after that, feel free to do so. The State Board of Education, as we know, if you've been following this over recent months, recently approved Rule 277-328, Educational Equity in Schools. Everybody hear me? Is that picking up all right in the mic? And you can see there the intent is to clarify concepts of diversity, equity, and inclusion that can be taught or not taught in Utah public schools. And I first just want to express my appreciation to the state board for undertaking this task. No easy one at that, but as you know, working together to really dive into this topic, and is especially as controversial as it has been. I really tip my cap to the state board for this undertaking, and really trying to provide guidance and direction, considering all stakeholders. I know, talking to Dr. Hart, who serves on the state board there for a while, they were receiving thousands of emails and input on this topic. So I really appreciate their work on this. So you can see there are a couple of things that are set forth in the rule. The first one is providing that definition. We'll talk about that in the next slide, but also it has some compliance pieces when it comes to training with educators that the district is to set. And then it also talks about setting parameters around that training and what that actually looks like as it unfolds in the classroom. And I want to just highlight a couple of things. First off is the educational equity, as mentioned before, and I think this is very important. This is not an assurance of outcomes. This is an assurance of opportunity. And I think as we get through the slides, that will have more meaning as we put names and faces to what that actually looks like in Canyon School District. And I just, I think that's very important to understand. Going as far back to our founding fathers, John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, even though they were political adversaries, understood just how important education was to the heart of our democracy, saying the whole people must take upon themselves the education of the whole people and will be willing to bear the expense of it, wrote Adams. Jefferson later said, the tax which will be paid for this purpose of education is not more than the 1,000th part of what will be paid to kings, priests, and nobles who will rise up among us if we leave people in ignorance. So even from the very beginning, this has been a very foundational principle to our country. And I'm speaking for me about this, but I really believe this should be one place that is nonpartisan, where we can come together as parents, as adults, as constituents, as a society, as a nation, to really believe in our future. And unfortunately, in my opinion, school and education has become a very politicized battleground. And I hate to see that. I hope in my heart of hearts that I continue to pray and ask that people will be kind and respectful to each other in this process, because as we know, our kids are the future, and it's not a perfect system. There's no question about it. Our education system has its flaws, but it's still, in my opinion, the best education system in the world, as per the United States being the superpower that we are. When you relate this definition of equity to our vision, there are very similar parallels. Every student who attends Canyon School District will graduate college and career ready. This doesn't say some, this doesn't say many, this says every student. And that sounds maybe like an assurance of outcome, but it's not. This is an assurance of opportunity. We know that there are students that will take different paths in life, and some may be more successful than others, dependent on how hard they work or how they execute their own plan. But this is something that's aspirational. So is it an assurance of outcome? No. Is it aspirational? 1000% yes. Why would we not want to chase after perfection? In the meantime, we might catch excellence, but we should certainly aspire to every student
leaving college and career ready. So you can see that is reflected in the rule, providing equal opportunities based upon needs of individual students. It goes on in the rule to talk about what that looks like, whether it's programs, initiatives, financing, that we should always be looking at how we allocate those resources to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the students where they are. Let's see. So what does that look like exactly? And this is not an exhaustive list, but one of the things that I noticed when I first came to Canyons is just the depth and breadth of programs and services that are provided to our students to ensure just that our students have multiple pathways to college and career and civic readiness. And there's a few that are listed there that have been born in Canyons and continue to evolve and grow. And I'm just excited about this evolution. I mean, we're now just over a decade old, and the fact that these programs are strong and we continue to build partnerships with other institutions to further that commitment to our kids, whether it's on one end of the spectrum to meet students' needs that are struggling, or if it's meeting the new needs of our students on the accelerated end that are ready for early college pathways sooner than their cohort graduates. So what does this look like exactly? And what does a name and a face actually look like when it comes to our graduates when it's opportunity? Consider Alexander Chang, who in 2019 captured 3 of the top academic achievement awards: Utah's General Sterling Scholar, National Merit, and Presidential Awards. It was a feat matched by only one other student in Canyon School District history, his brother, Anthony Chang, who claimed the additional national title of Coca-Cola Scholar. They both excelled academically. The two brothers had different interests. Alexander's interest was in science. He was working with Moran Eye Center to combat blindness and publishing findings in scientific journals while a senior in high school. Anthony was gifted in math. Both grew up in Canyon School District and found avenues to explore their passions. How about meeting record-breaking receiver Simi Fehoko, whose football career took him first to Stanford University and then to the Dallas Cowboys? Or how about our recent star quarterback, Zach Wilson, who played at Corner Canyon and then went on to Brigham Young University, who recently signed a more than $35 million contract with the New York Jets as the #2 pick? Or countless other athletes, tennis players, musicians, golfers, swimmers, actors. The list goes on and on with achievements in sports, the arts, or academics to post-secondary learning and career opportunities that might not otherwise have been open to them. This is the face of equity. Or how about consider Abel Hagos, who at age 12 years of age fled Eritrea, a repressive and militarized country in Africa. Prior to arriving in Utah, he faced a harrowing journey that entailed swimming across a crocodile-infested river and spending 5 years in a refugee camp. But he found a home in Hillcrest High, where he worked hard to earn a $1,500 scholarship and is now attending Salt Lake Community College. Consider Hannah Beebe, who refused to let her family struggles define her. With the encouragement of her teachers and counselors at Jordan High, she buckled down to make up for lost time to get the credit she needed to graduate and earned $2,500 in the Rising Star Scholarship from the Canyons Education Foundation in 2019. She is now pursuing an education degree at Utah State University. Or how about Josh Van Duren, a Jordan High student who gained confidence through a summer work-based learning program for students with disabilities. The on-the-job mentoring and other support he received have helped him secure his driver's license, complete a welding program, secure full-time employment with a local
quick lube shop, and he's now on track to graduate this spring. These are just a few success stories that demonstrate what that commitment is to our students when meeting their needs. So how does this rule apply in action? So you can see a couple of things there that really represent our foundational values in Canyon School District through Rule 277-328. And I also want to just share my appreciation. It's mentioned here, our board, equity subcommittee, Amanda Mont and Holly have been outstanding as we've continued to look at best practice, to look at what can we do. A couple of things that are noted there that I think are important to mention. One is looking at the, I'm trying to see which, that's talking about in our district, in the training, a focus on neutrality. And in the rule, you can see, and it's not listed here, but there are a couple of things that I think are important to mention. One is that these are may nots, right? So these are things that may not occur, is that instruction may not promote or endorse membership in any other protected class is inherently superior or inferior to another. Membership in any protected class determines the content of a student's character. May not, a student or character bears the responsibility for past actions of individuals. May not, a student or educator be discriminated against or receive adverse treatment based on that membership or class. These are the principles of inclusion that really, in my opinion, provide the ultimate psychologically safe environment for students to learn. And it's incumbent on our part that we really provide that space. And I know, that's not always an easy task. We're in a hyper politicized environment. Everybody has their own opinions, their own personalities, but it's very incumbent for us, if we really, want and expect a place of learning that is impartial and is neutral, and one that's not only psychologically safe, but really provides a sense of belonging, then this really gives us a roadmap to follow and to make that happen. When we started school, I just want to share, this is my letter, my opening letter, just a part of my opening letter to our employees. And I hope it captures the essence of what is in this rule, because ultimately, at the end of the day, when it comes to diversity, it's something that we should celebrate. We're all from different parts and walks of life, but when we're here, we have the same goals. We're an Alta Hawk, we're a Brighton Bengal, we're a Hillcrest Husky. We wear the same colors, we have the same aspirations, we have the same goals. Let's let those lines define what those goals are. Instead of being divided, we have more in common than we might think. And I think that when it comes to addressing some of these issues that we're dealing with in our culture, those are the things that we need to rekindle. That's the passion and the fire that we need to revisit, is what binds us. This is a statement from my letter. It's unfortunate that the pandemic has caused a division in our community. Fault lines seem to be deepening socially, economically, and politically. As I have said before, school must be a safe place for learning and growing. School must be a place of peace that invites students and families into a sense of belonging and unity. This year, I'm committed even more to showing kindness and grace as I try to understand the wide range of perspectives that exist. We can accomplish this goal by fostering spaces of neutrality and impartiality. When we are in the capacity of our roles in the district, we cannot alienate one group or another by imparting our beliefs or affiliations. It should not be immediately clear to our students whether we side with one camp or belief system versus another. Education should be a bastion for learning, wonder, and exploration, a marketplace of ideas and interests and aspirations. As many of you know, I'm a former athlete, and college football player. The concepts of relationship, unity, sacrifice, and teamwork resonate with me. They are timeless principles and values that bring us together. We may have different paths to get here. We have vastly different backgrounds, experiences, and talents and interests, but we share a common purpose, a purpose that is stronger than our differences and our disagreements or challenges we encounter. So I want to close with two quotes, and I think they're very appropriate for the time that we're in, as our country has probably never been divided as we are, dating back to the Civil War. And as you all know, I'm a big fan of President Abraham Lincoln. He said this in his first inaugural address in 1861. "We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passions may have strained it, we must not break our bonds of affection. The mystic cords of memory stretching from our battlefield and patriot grave to every living heart and heartstone all over this broad land will yet swell the chorus of the Union, when again touched, as surely they will be, by the better angels of our nature." Then in 1865, shortly before his assassination, he gave this quote in his second inaugural address that spring. "With malice towards none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have been born the battle, and for his widow and orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations." It's time that we heed President Lincoln's call once again. Our nation cannot withstand this division as it goes on and on. And I think we all feel it. We're all carrying that burden. We see it. Our children see it. We have to find a common ground that we can agree on, and that should be our children's educations. These issues can be worked out. There's no question about it. I mean, and as we've listened over the last year and a half, and I think I've heard all of you mention this at times, we all love and care for our children and their futures. I don't think there's anyone in this room that doesn't have that same belief system. But we have got to find a way that weaves our efforts together that doesn't divide us any longer. So with that, I'll open it up for some questions on 328.
Thank you, Superintendent. Board questions or comments? Mrs. Nybauer and then Mr. Wrigley.
No questions, just a comment. I wanted to thank you so much for that great message of leadership and inspiration you've just provided. I'm grateful it's on public record. We have parents that have concerns. I'm going to tell them to go to this board meeting and listen to the words of our superintendent. Really appreciate your leadership and your vision with this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. As we move forward, I think it's going to be very important that when we talk about a term that may be controversial in nature, that we clearly define it with a bullet right underneath it or something, because I think a lot of words are being hijacked, words that I've used in the past. I mean, I tell a story of mine. When I was young, I didn't wear flip-flops on my feet. I wore thongs. But now when I say that, my kids go crazy. I'm going, my word's been hijacked, this is what I use.
Too much information here,
and the
Steve.
same thing on equity. And, I wasn't the old new thong. With my generation, the thong was a thong. Anyway, but the issue comes in is the words are being hijacked. And I think we need to clearly define what those words are and maybe have someplace else that we talk about that. We've got a pretty conservative group up here, to be honest with you, that I've served with. And traditional Western values is pretty much what we've been wanting to do in the school district and stuff. Over the last couple of years, it's been very taxing on every board member. We're spending more time putting out forest fires and responding to these definitions on words. And people are right to ask us. They have a right to ask us these things. We have very little energy to move forward. And some of the stuff tonight we've been talking about is how do we move forward? It takes a lot of energy as a board to move forward. And I spend a lot of time on just telephone calls. And I mean, I've had people call me and say, are you doing this in the district? And I said, how long have you known me? And they say, well, 30 years. I said, did you ever in 30 years thought I would do that? No. Then I said, then why are you asking me that? No. And I explained it to them because they have a concern. But there's a lot of time being taken up, preferably for myself. When somebody, and I'm in human services, I dealt with a lot of people. They call me up, we get right on it, we resolve it. And that's what I would really encourage people to do. I mean, we have a lot of employees. If there's some things that are going on with our employees we don't know about, we want to know about that. And from every case we've had, we've got right on it. And we were responsive and got back to the public. I don't think we tried to bury anything. But it's really difficult. I mean, I've had employees in the past that did crazy things. Most of my employees did everything possible. It was great. But anyway, so I just to maybe encourage in the process that maybe we identify what our definition of a lot of these things are, so people and spell it out for people to know, or we'll have to come up with a different word. Maybe we'll just develop our own word, but then nobody know what it is. So
Well,
anyway,
I really appreciate that, Steve. Common language is just, absolutely key. And I think sometimes, including myself, we're guilty of talking at each other instead of talking with each other, and even asking what does this word actually mean to you, versus, I'm just going to talk at you and tell you, what I think. And so I'm certainly guilty of that. And I think, one of the premises that attracted me to Canyon School District is that your relationship as a community between parents and your local neighborhood schools is so strong and so unique and so powerful that, we want to keep that. It's not like that everywhere else. And that's made Canyons a lighthouse district, is that relationship piece. But like any relationship, you have to work at it, and there's tough times and there's rough water that come along, but we can get through this if we'll continue to have open dialogue.
I cannot control what's going on federally or nationally. It bugs the hell out of me. It scares me. But I can, and this is, I think, what the board's been trying to do, trying to ensure that the kids within our district got a quality education, and that somehow we didn't bring those within the walls of our schools. And we have to act as partners with people. We have to rebuild trust and maintain. I think over the last several years, we've had trust. Until this thing came up the last 2 years, we've been pretty good in a trust way. I've had anybody, whatever. But I think this, as we move forward this year and we deal with a lot of these issues and then more issues that are coming up, I don't want to see us getting as divided and crazy as the rest of the world is now. I want our kids to be safe in this process. Was that possible? I don't know, but maybe by clearly into doing this and dealing with people and building trust and communication, we might be able to.
Thank you. Mr. Millerberg and then Mrs. Oaks.
Rick, you made an admission that I didn't think I would ever hear. You said you were a former athlete and a former football player. I'm going to buy off on the former football player. Never admit that you were a former athlete. Okay.
Well, you've seen me on the golf course, so I think that's pretty accurate.
I will tell you, and I look at double black diamonds, and they don't hold the intrigue they once did, but I will never tell people I was a former skier. Okay. It's interesting that we've got this public education system, not a private education system, it's public. And really that's why the 7 of us are up here in front, is because we are the ones that are supposed to keep the public involved in the education system. And it's interesting when we have our constituents come speak to the board, tell us how they feel. I can't speak for the other 6, but I'll speak for myself. Generally, when they come up, they've got these concerns. Those are concerns that I share with them. And I most appreciate the people's willingness to come and share that information. You can't, the 7 of us can't, the whole cadre of district administrators can't, school administrators can't be in the classroom every day and listen to everything that's being taught. And so when the kids come home and say, this is what I learned in school today, I appreciate the parents that will come and share with us what's going on, that by policy is against what we want, but it's still happening. So I very much appreciate that that happens, to keep the public involved. And the spirit of cooperation that you're talking about, I think, is just absolutely key to get us where we need to be. And if I could say anything, we are not, as you quoted Lincoln, we are not the enemy. For the most part, I think we're on the same team.
Thank
So
you.
thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Oakes.
Thanks again, Super. Oh, sorry about that. I have a lot of thoughts on this subject. One is, first off, I love the letter that you shared with us. I've heard it before, and I think that the content of the letter is very important. And I've been thinking, actually, for the last couple of weeks, I wonder whether or not it has a place on our website where people can see it for themselves and they can understand the message that is being sent. Sometimes we're hearing from constituents that come in and are concerned, and I can hear their concerns. I can hear and understand their fears. They think that the message coming out from us is a different one. I think it's important for us to be very clear what that is. Similar to the comments that Mont and Steve made, I also hear people's concerns with regard to equity. That word is a difficult one. It's important for everyone to understand, and I don't think I really appreciated it until I got on the board, how that word has been used for a very important purpose, similar to what you outlined tonight, for decades and decades in the education community. And coming from a parent who has a child with disabilities, that word is very important to me. And I'm with Steve. It doesn't necessarily have to be the actual word equity, but the concept of fairness for each child in the education system is a critical one. And I recognize that it's been hijacked to become associated with other socialist agendas. But to understand equity as it has been used by the school system is critically important. I also am grateful for the opportunity to serve on the equity committee. I will say I'm very excited for the opportunity to work with Sunlight Works and their focus, just as you mentioned, on psychological safety, to be able to break down those barriers and have real conversations with each other. If there's anything that I have found incredibly disheartening about what has happened to our nation over the last year, is that loss. And I feel like I've mourned the loss of that a lot lately. We're not giving each other the benefit of the doubt anymore. And I'm deeply concerned about that when it comes to our teachers. I'm deeply concerned about that when it comes to administrators and principals or parents, when we aren't giving each other the benefit of the doubt and the willingness to have the dignity of a conversation before we post people's names online, or we do other things that can be inflammatory or even dangerous to that person's safety. We really need to start rethinking things. And I would just submit to everyone here and anyone listening that let's return to a place of kindness, reasonability, ask questions first before assuming anything. Just as Steve said, I don't know anyone up here who's doing it for the money. And if you are in the wrong place. You need your head examined. We're here to serve, and from a place of very good intention. And I know most of the people that have gone into education feel the same. I feel very disheartened reading some teachers' comments online talking about how they're reconsidering their profession because they've never felt so undermined or second guessed by the community before. And they wonder why they're doing this anymore. In an era when we have nationwide teacher shortages, that's very deeply concerning. We want to have a quality teacher in front of every classroom of students. They all deserve to learn. And that's part of this. I want also to remind anyone listening and moving forward on public record, for as much as it's extraordinarily tempting to project Washington politics on a local level, I would hope that we can remember that this board did not follow the national expectation last year. And we got a lot of heat for it. There was a reason our kids were in school in person. And I really feel strongly that the state of Utah has a lot of good people who are trying to make good decisions for the right reason. And that we're here to help one another. So I do look forward to this conversation. I am also grateful, like Mont said, for every parent who's willing to communicate with us, for each one that comes in and respectfully approaches us with civility and goodness, and that we have the responsibility too as a board to continue that conversation. And I appreciate everything that you said and what you've shared with us. I personally believe there's a lot of good that Canyons has done over the years with equity, kind of like what you were outlining before. We have a third of our kids on free and reduced lunch. We have over 2,000 homeless kids. And when I stop to consider what happens if we choose to not help that portion of the community, the long-term impact of that is really scary. There's a lot of data out there that can equate everything from third grade reading levels and where they are to how many prisons you have to build or how many social services you're going to be paying for. Education is great bang for your buck. You put a little bit in and you get a lot out. And so we all have a vested interest as a community, as a society, in making sure that every child has the opportunity to learn. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just add a couple of thoughts. I thank you, Superintendent, for this discussion and this report. We appreciate it so much. And as this is a new rule that's in effect, I believe one of the components of the rule is that the district needs to develop training materials on this rule for our employees. And so I'm guessing that sometime in the near future, we will see drafts of those training materials and
Correct.
and be able to provide some input on those as that work goes forward.
Yes, that's correct. And the materials will be visible to the public as well. That's
Yes.
required in the rule.
That's part of the rule. Yeah, once they're developed,
Yes.
yes. And so, yeah, thank you for that. And then just, I appreciate all of the work that is being done here and the comments that have been made by my fellow board members. And as I was listening, I was thinking, first of all, this work is not easy. It's not easy on any of us, whether it's board or educator or classroom teacher. But it's kind of, I'll say easy with that caveat that none of it's easy, but to talk about every and all, but where the real challenge is to see each. So when referring to students, every, all, and we have this high aspirational thing, but it really takes an effort to see each student and what they need. And I appreciate that you showed us some examples of some individual students and how somebody saw what they needed and was able to meet those needs. So anyway, with that, we say thank you, and we'll look forward to hearing more when we have some of the training materials available.
Okay. Thank you,
Great.
President.
Thank you. Okay, next is item 1D, update on social emotional learning review. And this, I'll turn time over to Superintendent Robbins and BJ Weller, Director of Responsive Services. And it looks like we will start with Mr. Weller.
Well, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to come talk about social emotional learning. This is one of my favorite topics, and I've had a lot of opportunities to talk about it the last several weeks. And just really to start, I'm grateful that these slides are public because I think it's important to remind the public of the story of why we started with this. Historical data, 2015, 16, 16, 17. See some numbers with suicidal ideation, office referrals, out of school suspensions, and chronic absenteeism. During the 16-17 school year, there was a lot of concern communicated with district leadership about just overall behaviors across the district, the alarming increase in the number of students who are reporting suicidal ideation. It was kind of like this tipping point, like we got to figure something out. And so this district leadership task force consisted of district administrators, school administrators, some counseling staff, and we really looked at the data across the district. We problem solved. We were trying to get feedback from all different directions, and the board ultimately decided, right, to create the Student Responsive Services Department to kind of spearhead and take these concerns head on. What we didn't realize is that starting a department within an already existing system is challenging because resources are extremely limited. So we started doing equity audits to identify where we are going to allocate our limited resources. And so we started with a couple of social workers. We added another nurse. We did some of these small things, start doing some professional development with teachers to help them understand behavior, trauma. You can see since our department was created, some of the data over the last 4 years. And I should really highlight 19, 20, 2021 as being impacted by, the pandemic, because that really has had another layer of challenges for schools. Suicidal ideation, you can see it's shocking. I had a phone call over the weekend. We had another student, a 6th grade student, attempt suicide over the weekend. Like, that's an 11-year-old student, right? And this is probably number 7 since the school year started. Office referrals, those are, you can see a huge discrepancy from 17-18 to 18-19. As we were doing our equity audits, we found that there's very inconsistent tracking of data across the schools. And so we created the discipline dashboard where we could have consistent tracking. So one person's not writing it on a notepad, another person on an Excel sheet, that this was a consistent system. Out of school suspensions, that data is accurate because every suspension is required to be documented in our Skyward system. I'm really proud to see those numbers decrease, even though it was a pandemic year. We know that out of school suspension is not effective and often creates more complicated situations for students, more likely to drop out of high school, more likely to end up in the criminal justice system. Alternatives to suspension have been created, like the peer youth court, which has been fantastic. Chronic absence is still a concern across the board. And then Safe UT, our tips are kind of up and down. But again, Alta High School was one of the first schools to pilot Safe UT. Our district has been using it. It's a good reminder for students and families that this is a resource that's available to them. In the last 2 years, we started tracking these additional data points. So individual counseling sessions, mental health therapy referrals, and home visits. Home visits specifically to help engage non-attending students or for families who have other things that are happening in the home. So oftentimes we'll partner with community agencies to get them the resources and supports that they need so their students can start attending school. If I had the data already for this year for individual counseling sessions, just initial reports are counselors are seeing more students this year than any other year for social emotional reasons. Just the anxiety, the emotional unrest that is happening, just the fatigue from all of the stressors is just too much for some of these students and their families. And so I'm going to be really interested to see what this looks like at the end of the year. So the mission of our department is to ensure that each student is safe, that they're healthy and ready to learn, but with the ultimate goal, right, that they're in the classroom learning with the teacher. And we know that the relationship with teachers is the most important factor for students to learn, because if they don't feel comfortable with their teacher, if they don't feel like that's a safe environment, they are not going to engage in the instruction. So to that end, I always like to throw this slide out there to remind people that a 0.72 effect size when it comes to learning with teacher-student relationships is extremely high. And it's a great reminder. So with the board approved SEL curriculum, we had schools who were already using the second step curriculum. We also had schools who had created their own curriculum. Every school kind of like the discipline tracking. It was just inconsistent across the board. In addition, teachers were frustrated that, they're spending a lot of time resolving conflicts, reaching out, saying, hey, help me figure out additional behavior strategies. And within a multi-tiered system of support, you can't go straight to a tier 3 if you don't have a tier 1 and then a tier 2 and then a tier 3, right? Like we have a system for a reason. Any system that we work within, you have to have that foundational level. And what we found is that we did not have a consistent tier 1 support, which means that the teachers are teaching this in the classroom. I'm grateful for several board members who spent time going on field trips, looking at elementaries, middle schools, different districts who had already been incorporating the second step curriculum. Our team evaluated multiple curriculums before ultimately presenting the second step curriculum to be approved. We had, since the adoption of that curriculum in 2019, we've had multiple schools reach out and say, we've seen a huge decrease in the number of office referrals. We've had teachers report excitedly that this is the first time that they've been able to get through all of their content because they're not spending as much time dealing with student behaviors. We've had several parents reach out and say, hey, there's no parent playbook out there, right? These weekly messages have given us a great opportunity to have conversations with our kids about a topic, whether we're on the way to volleyball, whether it's at the dinner table, whether it's before school. They said these are just great little reminders of basic skills. And we appreciate that second step is prioritized the family engagement component. Multiple curriculums did not have that component, which is why we chose the second step. Is it consistently being used? That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. For that reason, we had asked the instructional support department's research team to do a formal program evaluation. We asked them to do that over the summer because this is the first time that we would have all schools implementing it. And so our goal was for that to be accomplished by the end of the school year. Our request is not to put the program on hold until that program evaluation is done. It's just, I want to make sure that you understand that was already in the process. I wanted to show you also the schools who communicated to us when they had planned to roll this curriculum out to their communities. I put could have been postponed with COVID because several of those schools in the middle, those 3 columns, those were at varying levels of implementation. But the schools on the far right column, those schools had planned to implement that this school year for the very first time. We, 3.5 weeks ago, obviously there was a concern brought up from a teacher at a middle school who felt that the curriculum was controversial, that there's been a lot of information on social media. Parents are concerned about it. And I just want to publicly acknowledge that, number one, with that particular middle school, we didn't follow the process of first communicating with the school community council, the PTA, communicating that officially with all the parents and let them come in to look at that curriculum. It was done in every other school. And I take full responsibility for that. And I apologize to that community and to that principal, because that really put them in a tough situation. And then second Step has updated some of their videos, which was also communicated to me, but we did not have a committee established to review updated curriculum that you as the board had approved several years ago, right? And so learning from those situations, we recommend that we put a committee together that's representative from each of the 5 high school feeder systems that consists of parents, teachers, administrators, and SEL, social emotional learning staff, which are like counselors, social workers, psychologists. And you can see our recommended committee. We put the school community council parent because we felt that the parents on the school community council have been elected to represent the parents in their feeder or in their schools. We don't have every school listed because the purpose is to have a comprehensive team, not a extremely large team, because it's hard to get all that information and be effective when it's too large. However, we have created another option for parents if they would like to provide feedback. We will give them the template that we are asking everybody to use when we look at this curriculum, and they are welcome to give us their own feedback and comments if they choose to come in and look at the curriculum. We've had a couple of parents do that already and spent several days with us. I think we're pretty good friends by now, and I might invite them to the next family reunion. Great parents, and I'm thrilled that people are taking the time to look at this, right? We want to do what's right by our kids.
Just a quick question. As I look at this, it appears to me that Aldebright and Corner Canyon, those that are doing the evaluation is part of the feeder system, but at the last 2, it looks like you've got the Jordan feeder system doing Hillcrest and a Hillcrest feeder system.
You are correct.
Is that by plan or is that?
No, that's a typo.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for pointing that out. You're really good at those details, right? Thank you.
Yeah, flattery will get you everything.
So we will be reaching out after this meeting, after we presented this plan to the board, to invite the individuals to start working on this committee. We have information now from Second Step that outlines what has been updated from the original curriculum to today. And the biggest thing are the videos. One of the interesting things about this curriculum is that after every lesson, teachers can submit feedback to Second Step and give them feedback. And a lot of the feedback that Second Step received was, these videos are really outdated and it's hard for the kids to connect with them. So Second Step's attempt to make it more relevant and more timely for today's students resulted in those videos. I think that 99.5% of the curriculum is great. And I think there's 0.5 that we need to look at. And when I was talking to a colleague about that, I was reminded that 99.5% is a really good A in school, and that there probably is no perfect curriculum out there. But the thing I think is most important is that families just know that this is part of, 1, it's legislatively required. 2, it's making a difference in the lives of students and teachers. It's improving the overall school climate. And 3, that this information is for them. Like, they have the primary responsibility to teach their children etiquette, growth mindset, goal setting, emotional regulation. And at the end of the day, we're a village, and it takes a village to raise a child. I wish that I could say that everything that I've taught my own personal kids, that they took that and then were stellar, perfect in school. It's just not the case. These are kids, and they're trying to figure life out socially, developmentally. And the curriculum that has been introduced into the schools really is having a positive difference. No, it's not perfect, but it's a really, really great program. And the communities who have benefited from it are seeing that. So I just wanted to list all the state codes and board rules for people to look at on their own. And then the last thing that I just wanted to share with you, well, so this is the implementation checklist that I talked about at the beginning, which will be, so when the high schools start to implement School Connect, this will be the process that will extremely make sure, I didn't even say that right, but we'll make sure and emphasize, please make sure that we follow this process. You know, we're not trying to sneak things in. We want to be extremely transparent. And again, we don't make these decisions lightly. You know, they're for a good reason. And it's been overwhelmingly positive from schools who are saying, kids are back, kids are struggling. Please, when can we start this program? Like we are desperate. We need help. The last thing that I just wanted to remind people that there is a curriculum opt-out in the policy for parents. We will make sure that principals all have a copy of this waiver of participation. You can see the updated version on board docs. If the parent wants to opt their student out, they can fill this form out and meet with the principal. If a secondary student wants to opt out, they can fill this out, work with the principal. I am concerned that logistically, what does that look like when a lot of students are opting out of a 20-minute lesson once a week? Where do they go? What do they do? Well, that's something that we'll work through.
Let's see, I think Mrs. Schill and then Mrs. Oakes and Mrs. Nybauer.
Okay, thank you very much for that, BJ. I appreciate that review. My question, well, I have some comments, and then a question about that committee is just going to review the changes to second step.
That's correct.
Okay, so they won't be doing anything with the high school curriculum.
So we have, we're going through every lesson right now, regardless, and matching it up against the curriculum adoption, like rubric. So it's very transparent. And then also against like the health standards, the portrait of a graduate, so everybody can see, and then any comments or suggestions from the team. We're certainly happy to have anybody look at that as well. But like I said, there's no perfect curriculum. A lot of our teachers have modified these lessons a little bit to make it fit for their schools, their classrooms. If there's an example that they don't really quite like, they've changed examples and made it more appropriate for that class.
Okay. Then I also just wanted to say, I think, so Butler Middle was one of the very first schools that implemented this. I think they piloted it, right? They were even, I think, before what's on your.
Correct. Butler and
Yeah.
Mount Jordan were the first two middle schools to pilot
Yeah.
this.
And I did attend SEC, also went and visited, watched it in the classroom at multiple schools. And like over the years, I've only heard positive. And even since this whole thing's blown up, I've just gotten positive emails. So I just
and
wanted to
for
put that on the record.
right, in the last 4 years that we've been doing this, we've never had one complaint. Hundreds of teachers have been teaching this. You know, thousands of families have been impacted and received the family messages. Not once did we ever receive any sort of formal complaint, any sort of, hey, this curriculum is teaching bad things. Hey, get this curriculum out of here. Not once.
And also the school would send out to families what the topic was, and I would try to talk to my son about it. He wasn't, he's a boy. He doesn't want to talk about his emotions, but that was great. I mean, it was transparent to parents what the topics were, so we could try to engage. And yeah, so I just wanted that on the record. And the SEC also, I don't know if you remember this, but they wanted to even pay for it with trust fund money.
They did.
Because they saw the benefit in the school, and then we ended up adopting it, and so they didn't have to do that. But it has been a positive thing at that school.
Okay, Mrs. Oakes and Mrs. Nybauer.
Thanks, BJ. I appreciate everything that you've presented. So I have a question as far as the committee is concerned. So when they come together and they're reviewing the updated videos and everything, has Second Step, have you been in communication with him about how flexible they are on changing things? Or is it just something that certain pieces, if it's found to be objectionable, would just be spliced out? Like, how does that work? I'm just curious.
So I think that the committee will go through each of the lessons and then we'll make recommendations. There are some videos. So obviously there's two sides to the curriculum. Some people feel like, yeah, everything in here is extremely appropriate. And in fact, we should be doing more to teach kids SEL because of how much they're struggling. On the other side, we have parents who say, we don't even want a teacher to have a relationship with the child because they need to be teaching curriculum only, right? So there's kind of these two sides to it. So I think the committee's recommendations could be that, hey, we won't show this video in this lesson. But whatever we do, our contacts with Second Step, they're very open to the feedback and want to work with us.
Thank you. That's helpful. So that leads me to my next question. And this is, I think, a larger question for the board that we need to talk about. It seems like in recent years, especially as we have curriculums that are increasingly, when we talk about blended learning and we're using online content, that when we as a board initially approve something and it's a static curriculum, but then it can change over time because you have the digital pieces involved. Do we have a policy currently in place to be able to address that or review it to make sure we're staying current on top of that and that we're aware of what those changes might be?
We do not currently have that policy, and that's something I'm advocating for as well, to create a policy around a dynamic curriculum like online where it can have change.
Okay, so I think that that's something that we need to discuss, and I don't know what the best way to go about doing so that is.
So just policy, our process usually when we want to look at specific policy, when the board has things like this that come up, is it usually is assigned to the policy committee to pull up that policy and take a look at it in light of the conversation that the board initiated the request for, and then bring a report back to the board. So that's been our previous practice.
Thanks. That answers my question. Thanks, Nancy.
Okay. Is that all? Sorry. Okay. Mrs. Neibauer, Mr. Millerberg, and then Mr. Wrigley.
Thank you. Okay, to start off with, I wanted to thank BJ for your presentation and your humility. I believe that as we are upfront with whatever misstep, that helps restore confidence and trust. And I appreciate it. And I think you're taking on some of this kind of heroically. When I looked at Canyon's repository, actually our process of curriculum has in there focus groups with stakeholders, but actually doesn't spell out taken to school community councils. I think that has been a habit and a practice, but it actually is not spelled out currently. And I found that today when I was looking through the repository. So I think it's wonderful that you've added that to the implementation. And I think that's something we need to look at to establish, succinctly, as that is a process that we always take to school community councils. I know we have done that as habit. It just isn't spelled out in process. So I don't know that that would be solely on your shoulders for not having done that, but I'm happy that we can add that in. A couple of questions I have. I love the committee that we're forming to review, because this is a board adopted curriculum and our board is familiar with being assigned to committees, and some of them are ad hoc and some of them are routine and happen year after year. I would make a suggestion to my fellow board members, and I don't know what people's thoughts are on this, but I think it might be a very good step to have 2 board members also assigned to this committee, just like with our other regular committee work, since this is a curriculum that we adopted and there have been changes that we can be part of that process with reviewing. Another thought I have is we have 5 parents and 15 total professional educators. And I think from a social science standpoint, that can sometimes be intimidating to parents. I just recently attended a steering committee, and I know a parent felt very overwhelmed and inadequate in the conversations. And she kept saying, I'm not an expert in education. Obviously, the parents that have been on the school community council, hopefully they feel, confident in sharing their opinions, but we may want to consider including a few other parents. And I think you've been very sensitive to the fact of including those parents where it hasn't been implemented yet. My suggestion is perhaps to include a few more parents of people like a parent from Butler who has already gone through it as a resource, because it would be nice for those parents to say, hey, let me tell you how it worked as a parent. One of my questions and suggestions, and then Amber mentioned it, I wasn't aware that we were sending communication while the kids were learning. Hey, this week we talked about goal setting, and this is what, here's a conversation starter at home. I didn't know we were doing that. How valuable, I'm so glad Amber mentioned that, how valuable it is for those parents that are reviewing this to have another parent there that's saying, I went through this 3 years ago. These are all the things. So just an idea there. I love that we're providing a waiver. I think a lot of parents, a lot of the concern is the fear of the unknown, right? Hey, we're not just teaching math or science, we're teaching these tools. And some parents are saying, are they tools or are they values? Because values can be subjective, right? And
If
so
we're being transparent, right? They're accusing us of trying to teach critical race theory through social emotional learning.
well, yeah, and some of it is maybe, are there political overtones and things like that, right? And so I also like the idea, along with the waiver of participation, to have an informed consent that just actually outlines for parents. I know parents can go online and see the chapters, but not every busy parent is going to take the time and the initiative to do that. If we have an informed consent, here's the 15 chapters, whatever it is, the units, there isn't 15, but the units, these are what's going to be talked about. So they feel like they understand and know what is going to be taught. I know we do informed consents for the DARE program. It seems that it would make sense just to have a detailed informed consent, one email, one paper a parent can go to, instead of going online and looking to say, oh, okay, this is everything I need to know for this program. So I thought that way. And then I have also emailed Nancy, and Miss Oaks talked about it. I sit on a policy committee, but I am very interested in developing new policy regarding how the board can handle these curriculums that are dynamic and changing. So I think that's everything. What are your thoughts on those?
I'll leave it up to the board to decide, the committee. We're not sneaking in critical race theory. And I think an opt-in is unnecessary. It's required that we teach it. If an opt-out works for parents, I think it puts a extraordinary amount of burden on the schools to try to get that from every single parent. And it could have larger impacts on more diverse schools. And we're transparent either way. I think the better that we can communicate it, I think that'll satisfy the concern.
Okay, Mr. Millerberg and then Mr. Wrigley.
BJ, thanks for owning the problem. I don't know about you, but I know for me, that's a really hard thing to do, is to say, yep, we messed up, and take your licking. So thanks for being willing to do that. Where we sit, we don't see all the moving parts. But probably the one thing that bothers me about this whole deal at Draper Park more than anything, and I don't know if he was a great teacher, if he was an okay teacher, if he wasn't any of the above. I don't know that. I don't know if he's loved by the students or not loved by the students. I don't know if he was loved by the parents or not loved by the parents. I don't know that. But I really hate to have it come to a point that a person has to resign their position to get a point through. I think we need to establish something somewhere that, can't we just talk about this? you know? And I know that's a personnel issue
Personnel issue that we can't,
and we can't discuss it. And I know that,
that's very hard for me not to say anything.
but to me, it's just really hard because I look at that situation and gosh, if that comes in on a person's resume, that's really, really hard to get past in an interview. And I hate to see a professional educator in that box. That's hard for me.
I'll just restate that hundreds of teachers have been extremely satisfied with this and happy.
And so I don't know the underlying facts, and so I can't comment on those. But it just seemed like a very drastic way to get a point driven home. And I would like to think that somewhere, somehow, an individual can talk to their principal. The individual can leapfrog the principal and go to somebody at the district level, and we can talk things out rather than having such a harsh, irrational conclusion come out of somebody pointing out things that I believe you said the program has changed and there's some things in there that we don't like. So that's one point I have. And again, thanks to the patrons of the district for standing vigil on things and watching closely what's going on and bringing those to our attention. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Mr. Wrigley?
This last year has been a tough year because we've been trying to keep our kids safe from COVID. We've been very successful in that. We spent millions of dollars in doing that. We have not lost a kid. But you pointed out at the very beginning, we've lost 7 kids so far this year.
We have not lost a student. There's been attempts.
7 attempts. Last year was how many students? 4 last year, 7 this
Yes.
year.
Yeah, we had 6 students die last year. And
And I think you said putting out another one, there was like 1,000 kids that have been looking about suicidal things on the internet that we've caught. We have a suicide epidemic, a mental health epidemic in our school that we need to try to figure out what to do. And I think we've been trying as a board or whatever to figure that one out. I've had parents call and say, well, let's use the social workers, let's use the psychologists, not have the teachers do that. Possibly, other than the teachers and the social workers send us letters saying, we are overwhelmed with trying to deal with the kids' emotional issues. We don't have time to put in 5 or 10 minutes with the kid. One of the issues in the program we tried to put into the school is very similar to what we did in elementary. My kids went to Willow Canyon. There were certain characteristics, principles that they had on the thing, and they tried to say, this school does this. They had a common language. So when they talked about that, Willow Cat or this, or Willow Cat this, or eldest, everybody's got what the kids are. So they talk the same language. One of the things we were looking in this is to have the teachers and the kids talk the same language. And I think that's why it's worked so well in reduction of behaviors, because the kid starts to escalate and you can say, this is how appropriately we express our anger. We don't beat up on the next kid or whatever. This is how we appropriately do it. So I think we've seen that come down. We've also been able to take that and share that with the parents. I had an opportunity to tour several of these different classes, especially in the elementary. That's a static class. Those books have been used. Nobody's played around with them, which has been nice. I was sitting in a kindergarten class. I substitute teach in Granite and now just only Murray because enough time. But when I go to the classrooms, the kids do not know one another. I say, can you pass this paper out? And they're going, in the middle schools and the high schools, I'm brave. And they go, I don't know all the kids in this class. I was in a kindergarten class and we were sitting around in a circle where it's just sort of the process where we just sort of sit around and talk about, what's going on in the life of the kid. And one of the little kindergarten kids, as they went around, they introduced themselves and sort of talked about what their thing was today. And this kindergarten kid said, my mother came home this weekend. Apparently his mother left the family. And he said, my mother came home. And he said, all these kids just clapped and went up and gave him a hug. And I mean, you could see that they had that emotional support when his mother was gone for those several months, that he had that emotional support. He would not typically have that in a regular kindergarten class. And so it allowed that opportunity for this kid to have the support of his class members. So I think that's one of the things we've been trying to figure out. How do we do this where it's a common language? As you said before, we could regulate what goes into the classroom to some extent if we know what's going in. We can't if everybody's developing their own social emotional program at every single school. It's impossible to keep that. And we're finding now with a lot of kids that's needed because they're having some regulation issues. I mean, I've taught on some schools that I would never go back to again because they were beating up each other in the classroom. We don't have that here, thank goodness, but some of the West Side schools do. I think we learn from this electronic curriculum, which is a big problem. We'll approve a health book that's electronic, and then if somebody sneaks something in, then you go, so whatever. So I guess this age trying to figure out, because health books in Utah are different than health books in California and Florida and Texas. We have the Utah version of the health book. We have Utah version of pretty much everything. And so if we run a social emotional program, we have to maybe use that whole thing.
And for the record, Second Step didn't sneak it in. They communicated with us that they were making those changes. I just failed to go through and look at all the changes.
Yeah. So at this point, they've been instructed if they make any changes to notify you, and
yeah, they do either way.
And we can go through that process. Now, I've had several parents and several teachers, even petitions come to us to please move forward with this program because they're already starting to see the kids, which are coming back to school this year emotionally rather traumatized, wanting to do something for them. We do not have the mental health capacity. Mental health in the county, you can't even get in to see a therapist, privately in this county. So what is the plan then as we move forward with Second Step? Are we going to implement that? And then what are we doing with the high school program? And if we do implement, what are the safeguards that we have put into place to make sure that the parents have choice to get in, to get this opt-in and opt-out is going to be really funny when everybody's talking the same thing. It's like going to Willow Canyon and saying, I don't like 4 of the 5 values that you put on the Willow Canyon board for this school that the Wildcat person's going to teach. But tell me about that.
So Steve, do you mind holding on for that? Because superintendent will probably address those questions.
Okay, I will.
Is there any other board comments?
Then.
Yes, Mrs. Arnold, did you have a comment?
It's just a little teeny one kind of. So I want to say that I've been sitting on this board now almost 7 years, and I am absolutely positively sure that all things were done possible to address personnel issues in this district, and that personnel issues are not to be brought in front of the board and the people in this audience. And with that said, I'm going to just go to policies and procedures, because policies are driven by law and procedures are driven by us, more or less. And so just one little thing about the participation waiver, it will be on the district site when people register for school, correct? I mean, that's where these are usually put.
I believe it is.
So that when parents go on to register their student, they'll be able to see that there's this waiver and they can sign in or sign up. And it has a pretty good description about what this program is, so that they can make a good decision for themselves and their children, whether they participate or not participate. I would encourage that if we can put it in other languages, because we have a huge amount of students in several schools that speak several different languages. If we could, I would be grateful for that, so that they have it in those different languages. So that's just all I have to add. Everyone's.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Yeah, thank you, President. Also just want to thank the board for your comments and guidance and leadership on this. I want to tell BJ, I appreciate him and all of our parents and patrons over the last couple of weeks that have shared their input and concerns and support for the program. So I don't want to rehash those issues. I think that they've been well documented and spelled out here. I appreciate BJ's initiative going forward with the committee review. I think that'll be very helpful to Amanda's point, as we look at dynamic curriculum that changes, I think Holly made the same point that we need to be dynamic in that as well as we go forward. I think a couple of points that I'd like to bring up, and I know this is there, BJ, but making it more available is just the metric on curriculum adoption. So the public and parents can see the metric that you're weighing that against. And I know we talked about alignment to State Rule 328. The state board is not encouraging that rule as a metric for SEL curriculum. However, I actually think it does provide some guidance when we're talking about impartiality and professionalism and just, where that fits. I think it, to overlay our curriculum on that, it can give us some guidance as well to some of the topics that I made or points that I made earlier. I would recommend that we go forward with K-8 curriculum starting next Monday. We need to get the waiver installed ASAP so parents have time to figure out what is best for their student from now until then. I would also recommend to the board that we hold on high school school connect curriculum. I still have some questions about that, and I don't feel at this time that it's in that process that BJ laid out that those boxes have all been checked, and it's dynamic as well. I think one difference with, as we know, with elementary, it's worth mentioning again, is that elementary curriculum is static. It's in binders. It's not dynamic on the web. So I think that does create a little bit of a difference, at least for elementary. But I would recommend we hold on School Connect at the high school at this point. Okay. Other than that, I think that's all I had to say on that.
Okay. No, just, so Steve, did you have a follow-up question? And then Mrs. Arnold.
So as we move forward on this, I've had some parents ask in regards to being able to see the curriculum. I know Second Steps is a proprietary, so I don't know how, and having to go down to the school and meet at the school and see it's pretty disruptive for the school because they're trying to deal with all the other kids. So are we able to work on that somehow, or what's the recommendation that you have on that?
So right now, they're not giving us licenses for public, but we've informed every school, our district office, we've had parents come in, we can show it to anybody. We just can't post it on the website.
Okay, so we still have that restriction as far as the licensing restriction. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Arnold.
I'm hoping this is an appropriate time, but I'm sitting here thinking and listening, and I think the one thing we're missing a little bit of is 2020 was really hard, but it's not over. I see it with the teachers that I work with every day and the students I work with every day. And I don't have a term for it, but it's kind of like post-traumatic stress, but a little different. Like their lives, they felt was on the line all last year. And I'm sure there's a term, I don't know, there's probably psychologists and psychiatrists who can tell me what it is. But children and adults felt like their life was on the line. And it's kind of like post-traumatic stress. And it was every day, all day, in the stores, out of the stores, in the schools, posted everywhere, listening to parents and adults. And believe me, I know us adults don't always keep our tongues when we're supposed to. So kids don't have to worry about adult stuff, but we don't always do that. And I look at this curriculum and I know there's some pieces that people feel are inappropriate, and there are some pieces that probably were inappropriate and we missed them, and okay, we missed them, we're sorry, but there are also lots of pieces that are very appropriate right now, and more now than ever. And like Steve said, there aren't enough counselors out there, and we don't have enough counselors in the school. And teachers don't want to be the counselors, but there are things that happen every day. And, you know, like I had a child come up and ask me if she could have a hug. And I said, yeah, but you know, then you have that thing in the back of your mind about whether you should hug her or not hug her. But she said, my mom passed away a long time ago and I've not had a hug for a long time. So then do you hug her, not hug her? Do you teach them, you know, it's okay to hug each other because we all need a hug today. So back to the beginning of all this, let's be kind and let's, you know, be civil. Let's try to work through this together. I'm sure talking will help solve a lot of the pieces that we need to look at, get rid of, or keep. But there are some things that just need to be kept because of people and where they are right now. And I don't know how long it'll take to get over 2020. I look at my own 9 adult children and 22 grandchildren, and our family is spread across the board to no vaccinations to, oh, gotta have them, or we, you know, and so as we go through tonight, because I know there's a lot of people here who want to express feelings, and we're glad you're here and we're thankful for it. But let's just work together and figure this out because it's been a long year and it doesn't seem to be getting much better.
Thank you for that. I know we're not talking about nursing, but when you brought that up, we've had our nurses are in a precarious situation since they're the point of contact with the health department and our school district. Just ask our parents to really please be kind to our nurses. They are really struggling with all the hate and the meanness that's been happening. Granted, yes, we do have a lot of positive things happening, but people are exhausted. There's a lot of fatigue. People are at their breaking point. And so when we have that maybe reaction where we're emotionally upset, just take a deep breath, please, and be kind before we speak. So thank you for that reminder.
Thank you. So just really quickly to wrap up. So board, it sounds like the policy committee has an assignment. Is that correct? And then this review committee, I just want to clarify that other curriculum content areas have a review committee in place, right? Where they regularly review curriculum. And those committees, other than the health ed committee, which is required by law to have board members, but none of those others have board members on it. And so I would, while I appreciate the suggestion, I would like to recommend that we structure this committee similar to the other curriculum committees, because ultimately the work of that committee comes to the full board. And I feel like then the full board has opportunity to vet that work and to hear and make some decisions accordingly on that. So that's just kind of a clarification and a recommendation that I'm going to put forward for moving forward with the committee. So comments on that, Mrs. Nybauer?
My comment is just with the nature of some of the topics. Some of the topics actually that are discussed in second step could easily fold into a health curriculum. There are a few units. And so in my mind, that's why it also makes sense, is because I see that this would be more aligned with a health curriculum, rather it's mental health. And then there's some topics about, you know, what is harassment, what is not. Some of those topics, I don't believe we should do the same process we do for math, science, English, reading, social studies. I believe this would be a committee work assignment that would be more in line with health. This is mental health. So that's my thought on that.
Board, any other thoughts?
I just think we're kind of overstepping into micromanagement, and that's not our job. Our job is to tell them what to do and trust they do their job, and then come back to them if they don't, unless I'm wrong.
Any other thoughts or comments, Mrs. Oaks?
I can see Ms. Nybauer's point, and I can appreciate the idea of having board members in there. I'd be open to it. My larger concern is making sure that parent representation is robust and consistent. And, if none of us are on those committees, making sure that when the reports come back, for us to understand the process that was used in order to make sure that that was the case. That would be important to me.
Other thoughts? Okay, Mr. Hennifer, yes, come forward to the microphone. Jesse Hennifer.
I think it's just a clarification. The Sex Education Instruction Committee does have a board member on it. There is no Health Curriculum Committee. It's only the Sex Education Instruction Committee. Sorry, got a runny nose. Trying to keep
Yes.
it in my mask.
So thank you for that clarification. Mrs. Nybauer.
I agree with Mrs. Oaks too. The current committee, the ratio is 3-1 with 3 professional educators to 1 parent, because there will be 5 parents. And so I agree with a robust parent population in that committee. And again, just do feel that the mental health is definitely would be, in my mind, a great place to have some committee work with the board. I know as a board member, especially in my community, and I'm sure Ms. Oaks feels the same way, the volume of calls and emails and texts we've received is astronomical with this situation at Draper Park. And I feel whatever we can do to help this process and make sure that parents feel very included, I just think that's the best way I can represent my community and my patrons. So,
With overrepresentation from Alta and Corner Canyon, to balance that out, because it's always better to have a few less than a lot more. Would you recommend that we have 2 from each school then? We're happy to do that.
Yeah, so where are we at, folks? I think maybe, so board, are you comfortable with doubling the amount of parent involvement on this committee? And then let's maybe have the committee give an update once they're up and running, and then we can address the other question, the other piece of it.
I have a question though.
Yes.
So the committee's not going to go through every little piece of the curriculum, every chapter, no, they don't. They don't. That's what I'm trying to clarify, is that the committee does not read the whole
They
book,
chunk
look
it.
at all the videos and look at all the pieces. Do they, BJ?
We're looking at the changes, but in the original, you chunk it so that this group is working on these ones, this group is working on these ones.
Okay, so it's piecemealed out to different people to come back and report about what they saw or what they did. Okay, all right, just making a clarification. All right,
So is it reasonable to expect this committee to have something to report back to the board in 2 months?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. Instead of a number, is there a ratio that you feel more comfortable with than 3-1? Like half, or what? I just worry about the size, like a large, too many people.
I think yeah, I think half is good.
Almost too big.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for leading us through this and for the report and all the work that you're doing. We appreciate you and your team. And we'll look forward to report
Thank you.
soon. Okay, yes, that concludes our study session. Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't we need to discuss whether we're going to follow the recommendation by the superintendent or not? Or are we moving that to a different meeting?
This is a study session and that was his recommendation. So unless we want to bring it back for action, which we don't need to because it's already a board approved curriculum and program.
Correct. But currently, since the curriculum was on hold and Dr. Robbins just made a recommendation, don't we need to?
It was an administration thing to put on.
So where does it stand right now from this meeting? Because Dr. Robbins made a recommendation to take the hold off for K through 8. So where does it stand? Is that hold off now, or can we discuss as a board?
It was an administrative move to put it on hold. So I'm recommending it's off on Monday for K-8 and high school, School Connect stay on hold. So to create an action item, that would be a different conversation.
Okay, Mr. Wrigley.
Just a clarification on that, the K through 6 or 5, we know that that's static. Is there going to be any modifications on the 6 through 8 issue, putting it back down? We're taking the stuff that's being given to us in consideration as we move forward with that or not?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Mrs. Nybauer.
So then I just have a comment. I feel comfortable. I just want to speak to that. I feel comfortable in the superintendent's decision to remove the hold from K through 5, where they're static workbooks, but where there has been updates, I am not comfortable as a board member to take the hold off for the middle school level.
For me, and BJ can speak to this. I directed that the videos that were in question be pulled, more for their age appropriateness than anything else. I didn't feel like, they really exemplified how or what we want our middle school students to. It was an introductory, video to middle school. For my own purposes, looking at the rest of the curriculum, I'm fine with that going forward with these provisions in place that we're reviewing it, as well as the waiver. So parents have choice, in that. So I see it as an ongoing process. I don't see this as, hey, this is one and done. This is ending tonight. My direction to BJ's team is that we're continuing to look at it. And one thing I've advocated for, we're still working with Second Steps, is a parent demo that, parents can look at that anytime, as well as board members or the public. I get there's some intellectual property right issues there, but I think, that's another aspect to dynamic curriculum that just needs to be worked out, that people can look at it any time. So
This is not an action item at this point. This is just a
Correct.
study session, a conversation, and to learn things. Anything like that would have to go back on another board meeting with another action item, so we can move on.
Okay, so that does conclude our study session this evening. And I would like to give the board a 5-minute break, and I apologize to those that have joined us that we are running behind. But as you can tell, we've had a very good, robust discussion. And so if you'll allow us a 5-minute break, we appreciate it, and we'll reconvene at 7:20. I'd like to welcome you to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is September 7th, 2021, and we are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. And I'd like to thank the members of the public and those that are here in attendance for their patience and understanding as we are a little bit behind schedule starting this meeting. And thank you all for being here and participating. The first item is to approve the agenda for this meeting. So I will ask for a motion.
Okay, I move to approve the agenda for today, September 7th, 2021.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Any discussion to this motion? All right, seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. We will now be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Mr. Steve Diamond, Director of Human Resources.
If the audience would please stand and recite the pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. It's always such a privilege to say that with a group of people. Appreciate that opportunity. Next, we will have recognitions, and we'll turn time over to Jeff Haney and Kirsten Stewart from the Department of Communications.
President Tingy, thank you for this time that you give us every board meeting to recognize the achievements of students, faculty, and staff in the Canyon School District. And tonight for our recognitions, we are celebrating the achievements of a Jordan High School student who is golden on the green, counselors who are at the top of their class, encouraging students to complete the federal paperwork that qualifies them for student aid, and employees who have gone above and beyond, even putting their own safety in jeopardy as they responded to crises. Now, those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of recognition from the board and the superintendent, as well as a keychain. And soon we'll start inviting all of those who are recognized by the board to board meetings so we can congratulate them in person. Our first honoree tonight is Preston Cheney, who is a boys golfer at Jordan High School. Now, we are rooting for this beat digger, Preston. We will hope that he gets a hole-in-one at some of his upcoming tournaments, and he's certainly well on his way. Not only is he a contender for individual honors in the Utah High School Activities Association's prep tournaments, but he also has qualified to compete for a national title. Preston recently won a regional tourney held in San Diego. This gains him entrance to the Nota Begay National Championship, which will be televised on the Golf Channel. Don't know if Mr. Millerberg will be watching. So at the August tournament, Preston's opening round included, help me out here, make sure I get this right, 7 birdies against 2 bogeys. Is that good? Okay. And okay. In the final round, Preston posted an even par opening 9 before making 3 birdies and a bogey to finish in first place and land himself in a spot in the national tournament. Preston also has had a dominant start to his Jordan High School season. He's won 4 of 6 Region 8 golf tournaments and has an 8-stroke lead with 2 tournaments left to play. So congratulations to Preston, and we wish him much luck as he heads into the final part of his golf season. Now we're going to stay with the Jordan Beat Diggers for one more recognition. We're recognizing the hard work of the counseling staff at Jordan High School in encouraging students to complete the FAFSA, which is the free application for federal student aid. Now, each spring, the Utah Higher Education Assistance Authority Outreach Program offers a FAFSA Cup. It's a competition among schools to celebrate Utah counseling teams for the hard work and innovation they demonstrate in getting kids to complete the FAFSA. If you've never had the opportunity to complete the FAFSA, good for you. It is a very lengthy federal document that students are required to complete. It qualifies them for federal and state student aid. This year, Jordan High School's counseling team took first place in the FAFSA Cup, encouraging more students than all of the other schools to complete FAFSA. I talked to some of the counselors today. They helped 237 students complete their FAFSA, which allows them to get student aid and pursue their post-secondary dreams. Also, as a reminder, Utah College Application Week is held in October, and we'll have many activities in our schools that will help students get those college applications done. It dovetails with the Board of Education's vision and mission of encouraging every student to be college ready at the time of their high school graduation. And we want to help them take that next step onto a college, a university, or a trade school. We also want to take a few moments and recognizing 2 employees who truly have gone above and beyond. These employees are alarm responder Bill Bailey and Scott Mitchell, Brighton High School school psychologist. Now, throughout the summer, Canyons and local law enforcement agencies were working together to chase down suspected robbers of several Canyons district schools. Now, the MO of these suspected robbers was pretty much the same. They would gain access to the school through the roof hatch. They would snag whatever could be carried, and they would run out the door and into the night. And it was incredibly difficult to find and catch these people. Well, Bill, seen to the here to the right, had been working the graveyard shift as an alarm responder for less than a month when he received word from our alarm company that there was a break-in at a school. He followed the protocol of notifying Sandy police, and he went to the location. He helped search the buildings, and then he returned to one of the elementary schools to reset the alarm. When he noticed by chance a man dressed in black standing near the building, he immediately called Sandy police. He jumped out of his truck and he yelled, "Stop, put up your hands." Now, he fibbed a little and told the guy that the police were coming with their police dogs and told him not to run. But he was unarmed, but he convinced the man that he should stand still and not run until the police got there. He must be a quick talker and have a commanding presence because, believe it or not, the man just stood there with his hands up. They were able to arrest that person and then arrest the person who returned in a car who was serving as the getaway driver. And the police tell us that they then confessed to the robberies at the Canyons district schools. So Bill, quick thinking, helped police nab the folks who had been robbing Canyons district schools. Mr. Mitchell deserves recognition for his quick thinking and actions when a student who wanted to enroll at Brighton High School became agitated when he was told he needed to go through the established intake process before getting a schedule. And Mr. Mitchell was one of the employees who jumped into action when the student suddenly attacked a school resource officer. Now, this happened on the sidewalk outside of school. Scott and a parent jumped to the officer's aid. They struggled and pulled the boy off the officer, and they did their best to ensure that the boy did not grab the officer's service weapon. It was quite a scuffle and attracted a little bit of attention, but because of the actions of Mr. Mitchell and several bystanders, They truly helped contain the situation and de-escalate so few people were injured. So we thank the quick thinking actions of our employees in these situations. Now, such incidents are certainly not part of their job descriptions, but they didn't hesitate to carry out those duties all the same. So congratulations to all those we have recognized tonight, and thank you to our employees who have gone above and beyond. So President Tingy, thank you for the time that you grant us to recognize faculty, staff, and students and parents, and we turn the time back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. We appreciate it. And it's great to hear these wonderful things that are happening in our district, and we celebrate those individuals. We have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The Board of Education encourages public engagement. And, oh, excuse me, I will continue in a minute, but we do have a few patrons that have joined us on the telephone. So at this point, we will unmute them so that they can also hear these instructions.
You are now unmuted.
Thank you, Cindy. We appreciate your help with that. So welcome to those that have joined us on the telephone line. We have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The Board of Education encourages public engagement and values input from the public. While not required to do so by law, the board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. I will briefly review a few guidelines for addressing the board. And first of all, I would like to express our appreciation to those that have signed up and for those of you that are here. And thank you for the respect and the courtesy and the engagement that you are making with us tonight. The patron comments are part of the public record of the meeting. And patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. When several people share the same opinion, the board may ask individuals to select a representative spokesperson. Patrons may provide board members with written documents pertaining to their comments. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary, Cindy over here at the meeting, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Time allotted for public comment is at the discretion of the board president. Tonight, we have several individuals that have signed up to address the board. So we will allow individuals 2.5 minutes, and those representing a group are allowed 4 minutes. The Board of Education does not discuss matters which are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on personnel issues of a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health. If a patron wants to comment on personnel issues, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. If the patron determines to verbally comment on personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory or slanderous comments about an individual. And finally, as we begin the patron comments portion of the meeting, the Board of Education would like to quickly address some issues that have been raised recently in the community. Last year, masks were required in schools by state health order. This school year, there are no health orders requiring face masks, and a new Utah law restricts school districts from issuing mask mandates unless under order by the county health department. And also, to be clear, critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used by Canyon School District. There are no plans to incorporate it into the curriculum or instruction in Canyon schools. So with that, we will begin the comments from patrons. I will read the first 3 names, and then so you know when your turn is coming up. We'll begin with Stacy Peterson, who is here in person, and then Jennifer Nazaro, who will be joining us on the telephone, and then Lisa Bruns, who is here in person. Stacy Peterson.
Thank you. It's been an education to be here tonight and to listen to all of you. I'm new at the public school system. I have an 8th grader at Draper Park Middle School, and I have a 10th grader at Corner Canyon High School. Became aware of this SEL program, and I'm one of those that probably has bugged BJ's office too much. I've been there 5 days in the last 8 business days, trying to go through the curriculum. I started with 8th grade since I have an 8th grader, and then moved into 7th grade. In those 5 days, I've only been able to do all of 8th grade and about a quarter of the 7th grade. I've looked at every lesson plan that is given to the teachers, apparently more than the curriculum committee from what I understand. I've looked at every student handout that goes to the students. I've looked at each lesson that is given to the kids, which is kind of like a PowerPoint. They have videos and they have slides and they have cartoons and things. And I'm more concerned than when I started. Having looked primarily, like I said, mostly through the 8th grade district or the 8th grade curriculum, there tends to be an overtone of social justice, of racial undertones, of gender fluidity. The handouts themselves are not bad. And so if only the curriculum department looked at that, it's pretty easy to look over some of the things that are there. They do talk about power and privilege from race and from gender. They do talk about some issues of harassment and things, but it's the videos and it's the lessons. And my concern is I appreciate what their group is trying to do and pick out the parts that are okay, but it's everywhere. It's in so many of them. I probably looked at over 50 videos in all but one, maybe two, all but maybe two. The white kid was the harasser, the abuser, the bullier, the harasser. What is that about? In every video, there was maybe 2 white kids and several dark kids, maybe 10 to 2. It's just not necessary and it's not addressed. When they get into the sexual harassment part of it versus the flirting part of it, sexual harassment is defined as something that is of a sexual nature that's showed to you or brought up to you that you don't consent to. Well, guess what? They're 11, 12, and 13. They can't consent to any of that. It ought to be absolutely not allowed, even if they're okay with it. They can't be okay with it. Just all of them. I think there was maybe 2 lessons that I went through and had really no comment to make. All the rest of them had some issue that concerned me. And that's why I was so grateful that it had been put on hold until the committee could really look at this. Maybe when this was put into place and the curriculum committee approved it and you guys approved it, maybe it was great. We do know that in 2020, Castle, who makes this, made a shift in their direction to refine their form of SEL to concentrate on transforming inequitable settings and systems, promoting justice-oriented civic engagement. This is aimed at redistributing power to promote social justice. That's a problem for me. I hope that you will reconsider having the committee look at it first before it's taught. And I'd be happy to give any of the information I found to any of you or anyone else who's interested. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jennifer Nazaro will join us on the telephone, then Lisa Bruns in person, and then Connie Slaughter also in person. Jennifer?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My family has followed all the guidelines to stay safe and slow the spread of COVID-19 for the last 18 months. We've made many sacrifices because we understand that in doing so, we're protecting ourselves and others. So far, sending my children to school this year has been the most high-risk choice I have made for my family, and not requiring masks in schools is the most careless decision our leaders have made for our state. We have seen cases rise in our schools and community, yet nothing is changing. We need a layered protection in schools, including mask requirements of students and staff, and enforceable and effective quarantines to slow the spread of COVID-19. With school back in session, the Delta variant spreading, we're seeing a quarter of COVID cases being those of children. Around 2,000 Utah children aged 5 to 11 tested positive for COVID from August 15th to 30th this year. During the same 2 weeks last year, 240 kids of the same age tested positive. Death should not be the only factor we consider when evaluating the need for safety precautions in schools, such as masks. We should worry about the unknown future effects of COVID-19. We should be concerned that as many as 30% of children infected will experience long-term symptoms. We should also worry about the strain this places on working parents with missed school days and troubled by the disruptions this causes in learning. We should also worry that if you have a heart attack or get in a car accident right now, you may not be able to find a hospital that has a bed for you. Recent testing delays are preventing students from getting diagnosed before they spread it to even more children. With days lost to scheduling a test, then getting results, then more time for contact tracers to confirm exposures, report that information on school records, and notify other families, we are letting COVID-19 spread recklessly through our schools and communities. Even once a positive case or an exposure is known, quarantines and masking are merely recommendations. Something has to change. Our children deserve to be protected while they learn, yet currently sending our children to school constitutes a high-risk behavior. Every day that action is delayed is another day that children are packed into classrooms and actively spreading COVID-19, and one step closer to a disaster for our community. You have the responsibility to protect our children. Science and safety should not be debatable. Demand that the legislature change these irresponsible laws preventing you from making school a safe place. Insist that we institute a layered approach to safety in schools during this pandemic, including universal mask wearing and enforceable home quarantines to protect our children and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Bruns, and she's representing a group, so 4 minutes. And then Connie Slaughter, who is here in person, also representing a group. And then Adam Coda is on the telephone with us.
Good evening, board members. As you know, I'm Lisa Bruns. Many of you have talked to me many times. I've come in front of you many times. I represent at least 100 Canyons District parents for Utah Parents United. And I've got a message for you tonight. It was a different message. I'm glad that you guys talked about the planning for equity and educational equity analysis document, because I found the same one that Ms. Neibauer did, and I had a lot of concerns. So what I want to say is I know you're not the enemy. I had to change my document, what I wrote tonight. But the fact of the matter is that we, and I'm going to say we, because it includes me and you, we're being assaulted on all sides by lots of people that have a very pointed agenda. And I think that's where the distrust and the worry comes in, and it's completely founded, right? Anybody who went through these documents for your agenda tonight and found this would be extremely alarmed. You know, it talks about equity not being equal. It talks about equity, the equitable distribution of resources based upon individual students' needs. And you know what that is? That's Marxism, right? Redistributing resources and dividing people and classes in society is Marxism. And that's concerning, right? And then when we hear that you're working with Cognia, and while I know your options are very slim, this company has a very Marxist agenda. And they say it. The CEO in a video said they want to help institutions address the complex issues of systemic racism and inequities. That's concerning, right? Because we realize as parents, and I'm glad you're all here. I believe you're all here for a reason. That you are our line of defense. And I'm so grateful for the conversations and the emails that those of you have had with me. And it makes me feel like I can trust you. But when we find stuff like this in the documents, it's concerning. And then when we see resources at the back, you know, and then the whole ensuring equally high outcomes for all. And no, I'm so glad that you said what you said, Superintendent Robbins, because we shouldn't be trying to get equal outcomes. It's impossible. A lot of these kids have socioeconomic factors that the schools have no control over. It's impossible. And then these resources at the back, you know, you cite Castle's transformative SEL definition. I know these aren't board documents. Who created them? And then we have BELE framework, right? Listed as a resource. And that says building equitable learning environments in this period of crisis, COVID-19 and systemic racism. That's critical race theory tenets. To restore our collective future. You know, every time there's a mention of systemic racism, that promotes the tenets of critical race theory. And collectivism is a political theory associated with communism. So this is why we get concerned as parents, because without SR 901, this would be the definition of equity, equal outcomes for all. So thank goodness for our legislature, right? Thank goodness they're changing the equity rule for USBE. And all I'm saying is we want to trust you. We want to work with you. We know you have your plates full. You have building resources and you have COVID-19 responses and kids who want to commit suicide. We get it. But we want to partner with you and we want to know that you are going to protect us and protect our children, because that's what we elected you for. So please do so. And we want to help you. We want to be more resources for you. So I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie Slaughter, and then Adam Coda on the phone, and then Holly Mars.
Okay. My name is Connie Slaughter. I'm the mother of 3 boys and 4 grandchildren, educated for the past almost 38 years in Jordan/Canyon School District. I appreciate your time tonight. Last Thursday, I was invited to participate in one of several focus groups. We were told the goal of these focus groups was to allow us to give input and opinions about the future of our school districts. These facilitated conversations were led by the district's partner at Education Elements. My first thought was, who is Education Elements? I went to EE's website, and I'd like to share just 3 examples what I found there. Number 1, Education Elements will have a viral event in October on personal learning reimagined. A couple comments on this. As I've looked through their stuff, it seems like they're using COVID as a time. Oh, we've got to hurry, quick, get this this curriculum in. And I'm thinking, are we testing this on our kids? Are we using them as rats and testing them? The other thing, Education Elements directed questions to district leaders, superintendents, and CAOs. And they said, you are or want to become an equity-focused district, or social emotional learning will be at the top priority for 2021 and 22. Okay, the second person I'd like to talk about is one of the team members, and this is Purvi Patel. And she said the following quotes: the deeply embedded inequities that exist in our school systems are not there by coincidence. They are the result of intentional decision made by those with power and privilege. Purvi also said, we engage in dismantling systemic education inequities at Education Elements. And then she went on to say, we also know and believe that any work around addressing inequity must start with oneself and a willingness to cede power depending on the privileges one holds. I love how they can make that assessment for me. We provide, she then said, we provide resources so they can guide us in our finding out how we are on our equity basis. We provide resources and guidance for leaders and teams to start with themselves to deeply analyze their own assessments and biases and offer strategic strategies for each of them to cede power to those without a voice at the table. Third and finally is another person at Education Elements, and this is Philip Kessler. And on the website, Philip states that Philip spends his time figuring out the ways to make 1 + 1 = 3 for Education Elements. End of quote. Is he joking? No, there's a movement in our country. I was on the internet today and there's several places. I chose Laurie Rubel from Brookwood College, professor of math, and she offered words of wisdom on Twitter. And she said, the 2 + 2 = 4 equation reeks of white supremacist patriarchy. Last week, as I attended Education Elements focus group with 11 other parents, I wondered how many other parents and looked into and read about EE's ideologies. I heard parents tell their real concerns about their kids' education at Canyon. I wondered how these concerns are going to be seen through Education Elements' eyes. Are we really in partnership with a company that espouses these ideologies? I encourage you as school board our school board and all of us to dive deep in education elements and to see what it really is. We are constantly being told that there is no critical race theory in our schools, yet we are constantly seeing different ways that CRT is seeping in. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Adam Coda, then Holly Mars, and after Holly Mars is Jessica Anderson. Mr. Coda.
I wanted to make a couple of points today about the district's data, COVID data and response. And like one of the earlier callers, to encourage you to do more to keep our kids safe at school. First, I'm concerned about the accuracy of the data in the district COVID dashboards. I think it's currently underreporting cases by about 1/3. I accessed the numbers of COVID cases for kids ages 5 to 17 over the last couple of weeks from the Utah Department of Health IBIS system, aggregated those numbers up by school district, and then compared those state numbers to the numbers reported by each district. For Salt Lake City, the number of cases reported by the state actually matched the district dashboard quite closely. There were 72 cases confirmed by the district over the last 2 weeks and 73 reported by the state. So about 99% of the cases reported by the state were also reported by the district. For Canyons, the state system showed 222 cases over the last 2 weeks, but the county dashboard only showed 147 cases. So about 33% fewer cases than the state had reported. So I'm concerned that the Canyons dashboard may actually be underreporting numbers pretty significantly. There's other districts that are worse. Granite School District seems to be underreporting cases by about 2/3. We then actually called the County Department of Public Health, and they confirmed that Salt Lake City School District is doing a much better job of helping the county verify COVID cases and doing contact tracing. So Salt Lake City has a team, is my understanding, dedicated to helping the county with those verifications and doing the contact tracing so that people can be notified as quickly as possible if they've had a potential exposure and to make sure that the numbers are accurate. It seems like Canyons is not providing the same level of support and partnering with the district in quite the same way. I'm not saying that to point fingers. I know everybody is doing everything that they can right now, or is, certainly the nursing staff and others, but I don't know if it's on the county side or the district side, but there doesn't seem to be enough resources to keep up with the case rates. And as a result, the data that we're all looking at is actually inaccurate. So if that's true, and our cases are underreported by 30 to 40%, that raises questions of how quickly parents are being notified of a potential exposure, and whether or not our case counts are underreported. I really encourage the district to ramp up efforts to verify positive cases as quickly as possible and to really look at what Salt Lake City is doing. My second point that I wanted to make with regard to Salt Lake City is that I've also pulled the number of COVID cases per capita per 1,000 children between Salt Lake City and the rest of the county. All summer, those case rates were marching in lockstep. They were very, very similar between Salt Lake City and the rest of the county. As soon as school opened, the rest of the county, or Salt Lake City, is actually 44% lower than the rest of the county. We know Salt Lake City opened up with a mask mandate, and I know that's not currently within your power, but I don't know if it's the mask mandate. I don't know if it's the contact tracing, but Salt Lake City appears to be doing something that coincided with the opening of school that is leading to 44% lower case rates than the rest of the district. So I strongly encourage you to look at what Salt Lake City is doing. If we can reduce case rates by 40 to 50%, I hope there's nobody listening to this that would disagree. That would be a good thing. Certainly the mask mandate seems to be part of that. It may also be part of the contact tracing, but I strongly encourage the district to take that into consideration, to look what they're doing, and to model, our mitigation efforts after what Salt Lake City is doing. Certainly the mask mandate is part of that, and the other part appears to be this contact tracing. And certainly we're all looking forward to getting back to a point where the pandemic is behind us. We're not there yet. So please continue to dig in and help us lower these rates. Certainly Salt Lake City is showing that it's possible. I will email each of you the analyses as well. so that you can see the actual numbers and data.
Thank you, Mr. Cota. Thank you. Okay. Holly Mars, then Jessica Anderson, and then Barbara Petty.
Hi, so I'm Holly Mars. I was here a few weeks ago, and the reason I wanted to come back today is because I didn't get an email back with my questions. I had left the paper with the secretary, but then I heard the president say that if I just send an email tomorrow morning with my questions, then you'll reply back to that. I don't know, maybe it lost in the shuffle somewhere, but I didn't get a response to my 3 questions that I turned over. But I have something else I want to ask now. First of all, I really feel bad for you guys, and I think you guys are doing a great job, because I do know that all of you, I don't know, most of you are probably parents, and you all want what's best for our kids, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the hard place you're in, where you have accepted to use a curriculum that is now maybe coming up has some things in it that you don't like or that you disagree with. My concern with allowing any of it with the K through 8 right now that was approved earlier, or was taken off of hold, is that once you start with something, it's a lot harder to get rid of it. You know, I would encourage you, I don't know if it's possible, to put it back on hold based on what this other mother said a few minutes ago, the very first lady who spoke. We keep saying that there's no CRT in the school district. I think it's a state board thing that says there's no CRT, but everyone that uses power and privilege, they're just renaming CRT. So I don't know how we get the legislature to just get rid of the equity part and the power and privilege, because Lisa said this great. She doesn't even know who I am, but I read something she said once. So in America, people aren't promised equitable outcomes, but equal opportunity under the law. You know, all men are created equal. It's not all men should be made equal. This is a land of opportunity. We give everyone the same opportunity, this equitable thing that EE does, and Castle, and I don't remember the other name, Second Step or something like that. All of that is gearing towards making everyone the same, which is communism, Marxism, whatever you want to call it. It's not appropriate. It doesn't belong in any school. We need to teach our children to be critical thinkers and figure out what they want on their own. Don't teach them that they are overprivileged because of any, you know, they're just born more privileged than someone else, and that's a bad thing for them. And so they've done something wrong. We're damaging our children, teaching these equitable and power and privilege ideals. One thing I noticed too, when we said the Pledge of Allegiance, do you know what one of the last things I said is that one nation under God, indivisible. You know, the whole purpose of America is to not be divided. And these types of curriculums and these types of programs, they're dividing us. I know it's hard to go back on something, but I really urge you to put that hold back on and really just start from scratch. I don't know how hard that would be. I don't even know what that would take, but by keeping it in the schools, any of the schools, you are creating division, because one man's social justice is one teacher's social justice is another teacher's sense of irresponsible activism. There's no way to, you know, static, dynamic, whatever. You need to take it out of the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Anderson, Barbara Petty, and then finally, Catherine Petty.
Hi, I'm Jessica Anderson, and I just want to preface, I'm a passionate person, but I am very grateful for you guys and for all that you do. But I love my country and the rights afforded to me through the Constitution. I love God and I love my family, and that's why I'm here today. I have 3 elementary aged children that attend a school in Canyon School District. And I've always wanted to believe and have chosen to believe that teachers always have their students' best interests at heart, that principals are promoting a healthy environment for learning, and that school boards are aware of what is going on in our schools. But I have to say that I'm becoming more and more uncertain. I come to you today concerned about what is going on in our schools. I strongly believe that my children should be taught the basics, facts, math, science, language arts, etc., and that there should never be any political or opinion-laced indoctrination woven in or in between these core subjects. I was a little disheartened when I went to back to school night a few weeks ago, and it was immediately following the resignation of that Draper Parks middle school teacher. And it was put up on the board of my fifth grader's classroom what his schedule was. But I had to continue to look around the room to find SEL. It wasn't on the schedule, but it was being taught, which is very concerning to me. As their mom, I want to know everything they're learning, and I want to know that they're learning facts. I'm their mom, and I know them better than anyone else. I can teach them social, emotional things. So I was really concerned about that. I don't need or want my children's teachers giving them an education on any other topics without my knowledge and consent, period. There is not enough transparency in our schools. All programs should be opt-in, not opt-out. I can respect if another parent wishes to have their child taught SEL, CRT, sex ed, gender identity, etc., but all of those should be opt-in with full transparency of what's being taught. I would suggest that we start teaching math, ELA, and science all together in one long block in our schools, and then give parents the option of having their kids in school for that portion of the day only. If we're going to continue to take God out of our schools, I want the opportunity to teach my children those other subjects with the religious morals I believe are necessary as their mother. Please let me know what I can do to help you as a board fight for our kids and their safety. For too long, I have naively assumed that there were only pure intentions in our school system. But as I research more and more, I've come to the conclusion that that is not always the case. If we can't work together to provide a transparent education for my kids, I will remove my kids from the system entirely, taking those funds with me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Barbara Petty, and then Catherine Petty.
Good evening. I am here to validate actually what most of the other parents have already said. But I wanted to make a special emphasis on the fact that your anti-family is being promoted when you talk about other generations that have not had to think about issues they face today that leads to conclusions that we're not prepared to be helpful, and that teaching roadblocks keep them from reaching their goals, and they're calling the roadblocks other generations like grandparents, myself, and parents. Anti-family is not something we want to be taught in the schools. They're also teaching things that promote incorrect idea that hard work, bravery, and careful planning will result in success. This is a fallacy. The Black Lives Matter, for example, protest is biased. It's propaganda, and propaganda has no place in our schools. There should be opt-in and opt-out always, privileges for the parents. Actually, your citizens that you represent, our tax money pay for your salaries in the school district. And to be excluded from the planning and to be excluded from making these important decisions is not only inappropriate, it seems illegal. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Catherine Petty.
Hi, I'm Catherine Petty, and I have raised 6 children. I have 3 that are out of the home. I still have 3 right now, 2 at Brighton and 1 at Albion. And, I have been raising kids for the last 20 years, and I have watched Common Core come in and didn't know much about it. And I was so absorbed in my kids and handling all of that. But now as I, hear what's going on with the SEL, the company that started Common Core also is involved with SEL from my understanding. And it's lots of people and different organizations that are involved that have started Common Core and SEL. The problem that I have with Common Core is that they are teaching our children math a different way than what we learned. And if you look back at that, it's a divisive thing that they're doing so that we cannot help our children understand what they're being taught
in school, and I'm not okay with that. And then when we talk about SEL and some of the things that they're teaching in the lessons, especially the videos that a lot of the other people have talked about, I am totally all for mental health and talking to children about that, but this is not the way we should. I want to get rid of the people and organization that have started Common Core and SEL, because they do not have our children and us as their common. They want to separate our children from us. They're anti-family, and I'm not. I mean, we see that from Common Core. How can I help my child learn math that they're teaching? I mean, it teaches kids not to rely on their parents. And what it is they're sneaking in, and it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. And it's really frightening to me. And also, we know of the saying, people have heard the saying, the devil's in the details. And I'm really quite concerned this evening, when I first came into the meeting, which was a little bit late. And I don't know any of you. I have no biases. I'm here purely for the benefit of mine and our children and our well-being and our freedoms, and especially our freedoms to raise our children and teach them what we want. And the big problem I see here is control, is that our control over our children is being taken away, our freedoms. And that is really scary to me. I want to point out that, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, Clarine Arnold said that there were pieces that are inappropriate that she said that they missed in the SEL program. And she said, but that's okay. And it's not okay. We cannot have anything inappropriate being taught to our children. They're our children. And if you're not concerned about the details, then I have a problem with the board or whatever you guys are doing, because I'm not okay with the whole program. We as parents should be able to choose what our children are being taught. And you ask us, is it okay? Do you want Common Core? Do you want SEL? No, we don't. We shouldn't have to opt out. It should be what they talked about, us opting in.
Ms. Petty, your time has.
My time is up.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. That concludes our patron comments for this evening. And again, we want to thank you for being here, for taking the time to address the board. Next on the agenda is the consent items. And so I will ask for a motion, and then please, in making that motion, please list each of the items listed on that consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda for this evening, the approval of minutes for August 17th, the approval of hire and termination reports, the approval of purchasing bids, approval of student overnight travel, approval of joint Jewel Mass tort lawsuit, and approval of foundation board members.
Thank you. There's a motion, and is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Next on the agenda is item 7A, introduction of Region 17 PTA Board. I will turn time over to Susan Edwards, Community Engagement Coordinator.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a group coming with me. Thank you guys for coming up. All right, tonight I want to introduce you to our Region 17 PTA. These ladies serve on the executive board, and they represent nearly 10,000 parents in Canyon School District. Director Terry Francis, I know all of them very well, but I'm still going to cheat just in case. Associate Director Liz Miles, Treasurer Daniela Dolter, Secretary Sheila Armstrong. I got it backwards, sorry. And Health and Safety Commissioner Sherry Robinson. Two more people serve on their board with them, myself and Superintendent Robbins. And we get the honor of serving with them. Region 17 PTA oversees all 44 local school PTAs. They're divided into 4 councils, a secondary council for all secondary schools, and then North, Central, and South elementary councils. The PTA structure is important to Canyons as they provide training for the always rotating volunteers in PTA. They provide consistency, provide fiscal guidelines and oversight, and consistent policy guidance. You all know the great support that our local PTAs are to each of our schools. And these folks here are a great support to us here at the district. They do lots of things, including Betty's Fudge and other treats for district staff, provide various activities and events district-wide. So when kids have like the Reflections Art Contest or Battle of the Bands that are region in nature, they play host to all of those and serve activities for all of our kids. So we wanted to introduce you to them, and I want to give just a minute to Terry to say hi.
Hi, just kidding. Thank you, Susan. President Tingy, board members, I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you. And with it, I would like to share some thoughts that are on my mind daily as I do my work in PTA. And I'm taking the liberty of speaking for my team when I do this. The PTA mission is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. As we do this on a daily basis, we support and guide our volunteers toward that mission. We also work with other PTA leaders in the state and across the country. And as I do that, I have ample opportunity to recognize just how special Canyons is. Here, we're part of a team. Here, our voice matters in important conversations. And here we collaborate as one unit to create the best educational environment that we can for our kids. And so I want to thank you, President Tingy, board members, Dr. Robbins, and district administration, and Susan, who has the answers to all of my questions. I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for fostering that environment where we can do our work to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Terry and team. And yeah.
Thank you, board, for letting us recognize them tonight.
Yeah, thank you. We know that the hours are many and the effort is great and the passion and the love is just beyond description. And we appreciate all that you do and contribute in our schools. We're looking forward to a great year. Okay, next is update on strategic planning, and I'll turn time over to Superintendent Rick Robbins.
Thank you, President. We have on the line Drew Shantz from Education Elements to update us on the focus groups. Drew, are you there? Drew.
Drew, can you hear us? Are you on the line? We're not hearing you if you can hear us, and we're not quite sure why.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everybody. Good to be with you virtually. Just wanted to provide you all with a brief update on the strategic planning efforts that we have been underway with since the beginning of May. This past week was an exciting one because my colleagues and I were out at all 5 of the high schools to conduct a series of 26 focus groups with a variety of individuals from the district. I believe we engaged about 150 individuals across those 26 focus groups to get their thoughts on the current state of the district, as well as their hopes and aspirations for where the district should be and will be in the future. Took about 100 pages of notes, thanks to the tremendous help from the communications team at central office. And we are currently in the process of parsing through those notes, sifting through that data, and then combining that with the data that we've been collecting from the community-wide survey, which hopefully many of you in the room have received via email. We've received just under 3,000 responses so far, and are getting a really detailed and thorough look at the ideas that folks have for the future of the district and where they want the directions that they want the strategic plan to go. So we are really excited about the fact that we just have so much information right now. Our next steps are certainly to parse through that and make sure that the information that the ample information that was gathered is able to be presented in a concise and clear way to the steering team of the strategic planning process. Background noise, so that we can determine the focus areas for what the strategic plan will focus on moving forward. So our deadline for that is September 29th, when we meet with the steering team again. And by that time, by the time we are done with that steering team meeting, we will have anywhere between 4 and 7 focus areas that will really ground the strategic plan, and then set a course for setting goals and action items for completing those particular focus areas. I'm happy to take any questions or any clarification that you may need based on our stakeholder engagement efforts so far.
Board questions for Drew? Mrs. Nybauer?
Thank you for joining us. Just a few questions. The first is, you'll have that all of the results of the surveys and the focus groups and things for September 29th. Will that also then come to a regular board meeting for those of us that won't be in that September 29th committee meeting?
Yes, absolutely. So those results will be published in a format that's accessible to the board as well. We certainly want to be transparent with all of the information that we're parsing through and presenting. So members of the board will have access to that information, as well as the steering team.
Great, thank you. One other comment that may be appropriate to share here. I did get some emails from parents that were filling out the survey, and they all had the same concern. Some of those survey questions were asking how Canyons does at addressing special education, or these different aspects that maybe they haven't had any personal experience with, and they couldn't say, do not know. And so when we're looking at that criteria or that information of the survey, I had multiple parents emailing me. They weren't sure how to fill out that portion if they hadn't had any experience with that, particularly in our district. So.
Got it. That's helpful feedback. So I will go back and look at that question. I think you're correct in that there wasn't an option to specify that they didn't know. I'm hearing you correctly, right? That they didn't have any experience with special education, and there wasn't an option to indicate that in the survey.
Yes, and there was a few other categories like that as well, where if they didn't have a student that fit that mold, they weren't sure how to answer because there wasn't a do not know or haven't had experience with this. So just as feedback when you're parsing through that.
Got it. Okay. I'm going to make note of that as we're reading through those results so that we can keep an eye out for that. And then in the meantime, I can also make some edits to that question to make sure that an I don't know option is included so that folks who identify with that option can indicate as such.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Wrigley has a question.
Yeah, I have a question for you. It was asked tonight by one of our parents. They were wondering, in the focus group that she attended, she was wondering how that's going to be reported out. Are you just transcribing exactly what individuals said, or are you interpreting that, or how is that going to be reported back in your report?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what we made clear to all the focus group attendees was that we were going to try to transcribe as best as we could, word for word, how the conversation unfolded to kind of uphold the integrity of what was said through those comments. But we also made clear that none of the comments were going to be attached to a specific individual. while we did know who was in the room at the time, we don't necessarily know who said what. And so our next step from here is to essentially, actually to back up for a second, we had about 5 categories of focus groups. They were students, administrators, teachers, parents of students who are multilingual, and then parents of students who receive special education services. So what we're going to do from here is essentially combine those categories of focus groups together, look for trends, look for commonalities among the comments that were shared, and then kind of put together a section of our reporting out to you all that's basically a summary of what was covered across those focus groups. So we're not going to zero in on this specific focus group or a specific person who said a specific thing, because we honestly don't have an accurate record of who said what in a given focus group. We're just going to kind of amass those all together and do some synthesis as a whole, so that we can look at overall trends across that focus group category, and then report those out.
That's just fine.
Is that helpful?
Yeah, I think that's what the parent was seeking. I don't think any of us want to know names and identify people, but just wanted to be sure that it was reported as accurate and didn't go through a filter. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Drew? Mrs. Oakes.
Hi, Drew. So it's board member Amanda Oakes. We've had some parent concerns come up about Ed Elements and concerns that perhaps the strategic plan that will come out of the district will be reflective of personal, ideas or thoughts about where our district should go, coming from Ed Elements. Can you help us better understand how Ed Elements goes about making sure that a strategic plan coming out of a district is reflective of what the parents and what the community wants rather than what Ed Elements wants?
Absolutely. If you look across all of our work and all of the strategic plans that we have done across the country to date, no 2 of those have any kind of Ed Elements way or Ed Elements touch. What we do is we guide districts through the process of creating the strategic plan. We do not focus necessarily on the product of what is said in that given plan. So if you look at the Salamanca School District, or you look at South Brunswick in New Jersey, or you look at Belton ISD in Texas, all of those plans, which we aided in creating, are different and are reflective of those individual districts and their needs. We are not concerned with what is included in those plans. We are concerned about how we can go about crafting those plans in a way that involves as many stakeholders as possible, that is ultimately a responsive plan that can kind of adjust and adapt with changing times, and can be a North Star and a guiding light for a district as they navigate times of complexity, and really to focus in on what is important for that district in that given time. So there is no education element agenda for what should be included in a strategic plan. And you can kind of point to all of the plans that we've helped to create in the past, and you can see that they're very different, and they're very reflective and unique to the districts that we support. Again, we're focused more on the process and not necessarily the product that results.
And just as a follow-up to that, thank you, Drew. That really helps a lot. I just want to put it out there publicly for anyone who's listening or who will listen into the conversation. The decision of the board to decide upon a strategic plan really is to get feedback from the parents, to get a reflection of the community of what it is you want for your schools. It has no hidden agenda, has no intent to bring in CRT or other leftist theories. It's purely to be able to be a mirror image of what our district wants. This is our way as a district to be able to hand over to you the opportunity for you to give us direction and feedback. And so to me, I actually think it's tragic that this is getting hijacked in light of other political conversations happening right now, because this is a phenomenal opportunity, one that we haven't had since the district was formed, for parents, for members of the community, for stakeholders to be able to say, this is what we want. Ed Elements is there just to be able to reflect what it is we want. And if we recoil from being able to participate, it's a loss. And so anyone who's receiving that survey, please fill it out. We want to hear from you. We want to hear from as many parents as possible. 3,000 isn't enough. We have 34,000 students in our district. We want to hear from as many as possible.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any further questions from the board, so I'll turn it back to the superintendent.
Thank you, Drew. I just want to express my appreciation to you and your team for your work on this. And just to that point, depending on how you'd like to submit input, you can talk to me directly on the superintendent listening tour. I'll be at Midvale Middle School tomorrow night. So this is a great little plug for that. If you'd like to be there at 6:30 to share your input directly to me, if you'd prefer not to have been, if you didn't have a chance to be part of a focus group, or you don't want to do the survey and you want to talk with me directly, you're welcome to do that. And there will be a couple other opportunities before the month's over. So there's multiple ways to participate, and there will be even more going forward. So looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Drew, thank you for joining us and for giving us the update.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much. Have a good evening.
Thanks, you too.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, thank you. Superintendent update. Oh, next is CTES and class evaluation update. And I will turn time over to Steve Diamond, Director of Human Resources.
Thank you very much for allowing us to be here tonight. Our presentation is very short, but I'd like to introduce you to Shonda Moss. She is our Apple licensing and evaluation specialist for the district. She comes to us with a wealth of knowledge she has worked at the University of Utah, BYU, and most recently from the Utah State Board of Education for their office. So let me turn the time over to Shonda.
Well, I just wanted to share with you, as requested, kind of a review of CTES and class evaluation systems. To refresh your memory, in 2019 and 2020 school year, the newly revised CTES evaluation system was implemented in August of 2019. Everything was going swimmingly until the shutdown happened. And of course, as we know, the State Board of Education just canceled and waived all evaluation requirements for that year. So we weren't able to kind of see CTES through. The good part about that is all of the educators were advanced to the next evaluation phase automatically. And so we started the year 2020 with our CTES evaluation. And as the Utah State Board of Education waived the career educators' summative evaluation and left it to be formatively evaluated, our provisional educators were required to complete their summative evaluation last year, but that was with COVID modifications that were presented here and approved, and the CEA supported. So we were able to advance educators to the next evaluation phase according to their most recent summative overall rating, whether that was that year or from a previous year for career educators. So that leaves us to this year. We have started our year. We're in the middle of administrator training and calibration and certification, as well as beginning to train our new educators on the evaluation system. So career and provisional educators will, assuming that the state school board doesn't change anything, will be able to have a regular normal evaluation year. There are no COVID modifications in place. So we are moving forward with the CTES system and with the class system as written, as outlined. And we're excited to have
the opportunity to see it all the way through and to do this for a couple of years so that we get the reliability data and the validity data that we're looking for before we make continuous revisions to the evaluation systems. So we thank you for your support as we move forward with that and give our educators and our administrators a chance to experience it the way it was meant to be experienced. Thank you. I don't know if you have any questions.
Board, any questions? Mr. Wrigley and then Mrs. Nybauer.
So we're still not totally back to normal. I mean, it's sort of weird. If you started this process and you learn that it's just not working, what do we do? I mean, if you say, you know, we still need to make some modifications because everything is still a little bit crazy.
We will come, just like we did last year, we'll convene our committee and we will obviously invite CEA into that process as well. And that involved a lot of administrators, HR, school performance things here. And we'll do just what we did last year. What modifications would be appropriate in this certain setting that we're looking at, and then bring it here.
I appreciate that because I know it's not a gotcha type of thing. You want to have everybody do the best they possibly can.
Exactly.
But it's been unusual times here last couple of years.
Continues to be.
Thank you.
Mrs. Nybauer.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. So for clarification, the CTES acronym is for Canyon's Teacher Effectiveness Support System, right? And the idea behind this is that there is an evaluation process to ensure that teachers are practicing the established public systems for education, right? Something along those lines.
Yes. Yeah. The CTES evaluation system is the Canyon's made evaluation system based on the Utah Effective Teaching Standards. So we do follow those standards and we do require our educators to be effective at minimal in those standards. And obviously we work and help and support and provide resources for our provisional educators to get up to that effective level.
Great. So my one suggestion is, given our recent legislation about promoting neutrality in the classroom, if that can be added to part of this, because it's their application of best practices, basically, right? As considered by the state, if that is also something, just promoting that characteristic of inclusivity, amongst their students, and also would this be something that we would look at as well?
So there's already a whole system written, and it's given to every teacher exactly the same way. To add or subtract from that process is another whole writing of the process at this point. And that might be something you do at the end of the year or next year when you are looking at it and saying, well, we need to add this element or take this element away. But with kind of that explanation, my question is kind of going along with Holly's is, these teachers have not had a full evaluation with the drop-ins and seeing what's going on in that 15 to 20 minutes. How are we reviewing and training them so that they know? Because we'll obviously have some that, it's been 2 years. Okay, I would have forgotten to. And so how are we training and working with them?
I'm not sure if you mean from the administrator side or the teacher side or both. The administrators receive continuous training and certification. And so
to take in the data, right?
Right. And to make sure that they are calibrated, that they are.
And the teachers, what are we doing for them?
The teachers, for the provisional one educators, we offer all through this fall a monthly class where we go through in great detail what that is. And then we will also be offering, for lack of a better term, a CTES refresher for those career educators who have not had a summative evaluation in
like 4 years now, because
some of them might have been up to the 3 years if they were a career 3 and didn't have it in 2020 and then were able to advance to career 1. Yeah. So we have anticipated that and hope to mitigate any issues that might come up with that by providing the training, and of course the instructional coaches are also receiving constant training so that they can support them at the school level.
Okay, thank you. Did you have another question?
Yeah, just really briefly. So will we be able to, in a board meeting, just see that brief rubric of kind of this process of what's going?
You can actually go online and look at the C-Test ebook that outlines absolutely everything. It is very transparent. There are some systems that you don't know how you're evaluated. Sorry. There are some systems where you don't know how you're evaluated. This lays out exactly the rubrics, the expectations. If you would like to be considered highly qualified, what are those expectations? It's all laid out and it's easy to use. You can key in a word and it'll pull up every single part of that book that has that phrase or that word. So it's online and easy to access. In fact, if you'd like, we can send you the link.
Yes, thank you. This would be my first time going through this process as a board member since we didn't do it last year. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. My question for you is, and I'm with you. I'm excited to see if we can get a year with that revised and the current evaluation tools that are in place. But the board has traditionally had a report kind of at the end of a school year where there's been a survey given from teachers. Do you feel like that's something that would be appropriate to do at the end of this school year?
I would say hopefully yes, depending on how things progress and move through the school year. But it would be really nice to complete it the way it was meant to be completed before reaching out and soliciting
at the conclusion of
that.
And that's traditionally when the survey has been given.
And even if we could have a few years of it actually being facilitated the way it was meant to, when we conducted the surveys, it was to provide feedback to make modifications. And we'd really hope that we can leave the system in place for several years to build validity and reliability and see at that point what we need to do. But whatever the board would like us to do, we are more than happy to facilitate that.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that clarification and explaining it. Yeah. I think we'll just maybe ask you to come and report back towards the end of the year and you can tell us how things have gone.
Happy to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is item 7D, Special Education Department and USBA Audit Report. I will turn the time over to Misty Suarez, Director of Special Education.
Hello. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight and share a little bit about Utah Program Improvement Plan and what we've been working on. I actually wanted to start with a little quote there because this system is super, super complex, and it really does take a team of folks to work together and analyze the data and make some changes for our district. So I have brought along Nate Edwilson, who is the secondary program administrator, as well as Terry Mitchell, who is the preschool program administrator, to share some of our goals and what we're working on. So if this works here, there we go. Okay, so I'll try not to throw a bunch of acronyms at you, try to speak in some language we can all understand. So please catch me if I'm throwing out too many acronyms. Utah Program Improvement Planning Systems is really meant to monitor and support compliance of state and federal programs within our district. So I am going to give you the basics of what that means. And the basics are, when every year we get a report that comes out in March or April, and it's a preliminary report, and then we make corrections and appeal whatever we need to appeal, and then we get the final report in the end of April. So what that does is it describes the progress of Canyon School District and every LEA in Utah. There are 14 indicators to determine if targets were met within that report. And I'll give you a peek at that here in a minute. It outlines risk factors and puts you on a scale of 1 to 5 to let you know where you are in those risk factors. The most important thing for us is we use all of that data to develop a yearly program improvement plan for special education. And that's really the data that we use there. So here's a glimpse. There are 5 UPIPS program areas, and I've just listed, here's 3 of them in the next page, there is the other 2. But I wanted you to kind of get a snapshot of what all of the topics are that we deal with in each area. It's quite large. And for each one of those, we have to meet certain standards and write goals if applicable. So there's the other 2 there. There's also other risk factors involved in this. We get reports on how many dispute resolutions we've had that year. If we're meeting timelines, if we've met fiscal monitoring, if we've met internal monitoring, which is our own system to make sure that we're in compliance with federal and state laws. So this is a huge, really area. So within those 5 program areas, there are 14 indicators. Some important things to remember about those indicators is it's 2 years behind. So the data that we get and the goals that we write, it's a 2-year lag. So it makes it really difficult to write current goals because we in a sense may have already addressed it and won't know it for 2 years. So we really try to analyze data pretty intently and watch the trends over a number of years. We are assessed a risk score, as I talked about. State targets change every year. This really, as I mentioned, it provides the data to write the program improvement plan. This year's outcome was significantly impacted by COVID. We got NAs on a lot of areas because they didn't test certain areas or other factors were involved. So it was impacted there. So this next one is a snapshot. They'll go. There we go. This is a snapshot, and I know it's really hard to see. If this is something that you really want to dig into, I have a chart that you can really see how we track this. But I wanted you to see that this is 6 years of tracking data in all of the areas that we mentioned. And this here shows what tier we are on. So there's tiers 1 through 5, and we have been on coaching tier since 2016. So there's the tier 1 is supporting, tier 2 is guiding, tier 3 is assisting, tier 4 is coaching, and tier 5 is directing. Orange and yellow, just to give you a sense of what this chart is, orange and yellow is the 4s and 5s. What we really want to look for there is the greens and the blues. I don't know what just happened there. The chart overwhelmed it. It really is quite overwhelming. One factor of this is we had to shift some of the ways we track it because the state targets change and sometimes they don't exist anymore. So we take them off and try to continue tracking. So what does all this mean? When I look at this, it's very clear that Canyons continues to make progress in areas of special education, which is good. This year, Utah State has a target as well. So every state has the same target that like LEAs have. And this year, Utah State met their target with a score of 82.5% And that was up from 63.7%. And Utah hasn't met the target in many years. So we were pretty excited to hear that Utah met that target, which means that all of the LEAs made some progress to help the state meet theirs. That's what that means. So what is going well for students with disabilities? I listed just a few different things there. I think one of the biggest bragging points was least restrictive environments for preschools. We were able to implement a couple more preschools so that we had 50-50 classrooms, gen ed and special ed combination classes. And we evened that out across the district, which allowed our scores to go from literally a 5 to a 1. So that took us probably 3 years or so, but it was that's the planning that we're doing is over long term. We're pretty happy about improving graduation rates, decreasing dropout rates, and Nate will talk a little bit about that. I think we've really done a lot of things. So here's just a snapshot of some of those things. So what is our focus? So going back to that chart, we have narrowed it down to 2 indicators that we are going to really focus and hone in on, so that we think that's going to have the highest impact on our overall scores. And those 2 things are preschool outcomes and post-secondary outcomes. So I am going to give Terry some time to talk about preschool.
Good evening. Here we go. So preschool indicator is measured by we have 3 different outcomes that we're measuring students with disabilities, young children with disabilities. And in that, we have 2 summary statements for each one of those areas. So we have the positive social relationship, the knowledge and skills, and the ability to meet their needs. So within that context, we are looking at those that entered. We do entry data when they are eligible, and we do exit data when they leave us. So when they come in and they leave. So by the time they leave, we're looking at whether or not we've closed a gap or not. That's the first summary statement that we're looking at. The second one is that we're looking at is whether or not those that are leaving us are functioning at age appropriate levels, because we know that some will close the gap all the way and some we're still working on along the way. So those are the 2 summary statements that we're looking at as we're measuring outcomes of young children with disabilities. On average, we transfer we're close to 200 preschoolers that we transition with IEPs to their neighborhood schools. Okay, so those are the ones that we're doing exit data on them at the end. Click. So with that, as we look at entry and exit data, there's a lot of not difficult, but there's some interesting guidance that we get from the state. So our decision tree that helps us make those decisions often leads our teachers to using opinions rather than actual facts to determine entry data and exit data. So we're working on a more concrete rubric, since this is one of our area of targets that we're focusing on as a district, to help make those decisions a little bit easier for teachers to make those decisions and more accurately for those teachers. We're going to continue monitoring for errors. We do that consistently. We do that on a quarterly basis right now. And then we also continue to train our staff to make sure that they understand what that means. So, because we're looking at based on their age. So when we do exit data, we're looking at their age at 3, or entry data age at 3, at exit data age at 5. So there's different intermediate skills, foundational skills, age appropriate skills that we're having to monitor and adjust that way. Okay. What's exciting to us is that our developmental observation tool that we do in-house shows that our students are making great progress, that they are able to be successful in kindergarten when they go to kindergarten. So we're very excited about that. Despite the high targets that we're trying to shoot for from the state, our data, internal data, is showing that we're doing very well in early childhood and preschool. Any questions on that end? Indicator number 7. Great. Then I get to turn the time over to Mr. Nate.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about indicator 14. Click. Done. Indicator 14 is about post-secondary outcomes. What this means is that we have this year anyway, or last year, we had a sample size of about 172 students, graduates or non-graduates. It really is any student who had an IEP in effect upon exit of that high school cohort year. And they measure our success on those three indicators you see there, that they are enrolled in higher education, that they are currently participating in competitive employment, which could be outlined as minimum wage for 20 hours a week or more. And then they are involved in other post-secondary training or non-competitive employment, so perhaps less than 20 hours or less than minimum wage employment. And so, clicked it. There we go. That's indicator 14. It's actually broken up into those areas, three of them. Indicator 14A and B are measured independently. They don't have any impact on each other. And those are done through surveys and survey research. I'll get to it in a second. You'll notice that the state targets were set. And again, as mentioned, these are graduates from a couple of years prior for indicator 14A, which is higher education participation at 29.75%, and competitive employment, which was set at 85.07%. Our results for that cohort year were 25.33% for participation in higher education, and then 53.33% for competitive employment. Felt really good about our post-secondary. It came really close to state targets. We were just shy. Obviously, as you can see, our work is going to be involved in 14B, and I'll describe a couple of the things that we're doing to address that. The 14C is kind of a conglomerate of A and B, and then all other factors I'd mentioned previously. That is involved in some kind of employment and or post-secondary training. And so state target was 99.83%. It's a very high target. We had 90.67%. So we did pretty well. But I think as we focus on indicator 14B, the sub-indicator, I think we're going to really make some big improvements. So some of the things we've done in the past, well, since the time I'm sure we've done more than this, but that I can speak to about is the time I've been here, is we've done a lot of increased training and supports on how to write transition goals into IEPs. So every student who has an IEP from the age 14 up is required to have transition related goals to post-secondary employment, post-secondary education, and life and living situations, a couple of things like that they have to have in their plans. Increased training for providers, our teachers, responses for providers about adult agencies. So we really try to increase their knowledge about what's out there for students, and there's a lot out there. We actually, as part of that training, we had an adult agency information fair. We brought in all of these adult agencies to meet during one of our trainings with our folks so that they could make connections to the agencies and see what was out there, what robust things were out there. We've developed on our website an online agency fair. So there's vendors that do all sorts of nonprofit work with students with disabilities, and that's available for parents to get on right now and peruse and look through. And we add to that all the time, update that information that's on our special education website. We created, this was a great new initiative. We created a monthly interagency meeting with vocational rehabilitation. We keep adding different agencies to that. We meet monthly to discuss, number one, students who we have communication to exchange. We have a form or permission from their parents to be able to work with, or the student guardian themselves, to trade information. What that has done for us, it's increased our ability to streamline applications for vocational rehabilitation and other services by being that hub or that gateway to get that done, rather than having to send them to the agency. We can actually collect that for them, and that's been a big help. We repurposed our transition committee and started to branch out. There's lots of actual, we call pre-employment transition services that occur throughout different departments in the district and in the schools, school counseling being a large one, work-based learning and CT being another. We're working with all those departments to streamline our experiences for our students so that they can get more with what's there. We've provided transition liaison stipends, employees at the school working together with work-based learning to make sure that teachers are informed of opportunities for students to engage in work-based learning and CT experiences. We began to administer our own post-high surveys in order to get better, more accurate information. Our response rate was about 33%. We're trying to get that up to 70% would be the goal, so we can get a better collected sample, maybe more representative. We're developing tools and goals around a more integrated approach with the departments. We have some things that will tie really nicely in with the college and career ready plans that are happening with school counselors to help support our teachers and counselors with advisement. We began this summer, which I'm really proud of this, we began a pre-employment transition service employment summer program with working with Department of Workforce Services. We got a $102,000 sub grant for the next 2 to 3 years. And we had 13 students participate this year. It's small right now, but we're going to grow it. And we had some really great experiences. We actually had 3 students that were offered full-time employment from that. And so that was really cool. I think that's going to really help us. We created, and this is at Canyons Transition Academy, we work with our students 18 to 22 who are still qualified for services. And then they also participate in that survey post our program. We created 13 indicators of success in which all of our curriculum and construction surround those indicators. And we've worked with our PTA that we started a couple of years ago to really work with our parent group on that. So it was a good experience there. We increased collaboration at school between work-based learning and special education. We have regular meetings with the liaison and work-based learning. And this is another initiative we're starting this year. We're working with vocational rehabilitation and high school principals to provide space for a vocational rehabilitation counselor to be at a school a few hours each week for increased access to students and also for information for our school counselors about different agencies and adult agencies they can get connected to. So that's some of the things that we've done. Any questions I can answer maybe about indicator 14 or some of our efforts?
Questions? Mr. Wrigley? Mr. Wrigley.
Just really quickly, I'm encouraged to see you working at Voc Rehab. What would you say percentage of the individuals that are coming out of our schools are attached to Voc Rehab counselor before they come out?
That's a great question. And I don't know that I have a percentage for you, but I know it's lower than we'd like. And so I think that's why we've increased this.
It's almost impossible to do that system. So I'm glad you're putting in some stuff. I've had clients that I have a hard time getting through the system.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that would be interesting because if they're able to get the pre-work and stuff through Voc Rehab, then Human Services can take over as far as providing ongoing job support, and we'd have them.
One of our initiatives we're starting, Jackson, who's the director of the South Jordan office, is who we work with, is we get vocational rehabilitation counselors out for college application activities, because we think that would venue to have families do 2-1, right? So they can go for FAFSA help, but they can also meet with, talk about services and agencies. So that's something we're dialoguing about, how we can do that, maintain confidentiality, but also make those things accessible. So that we're having a September 9th, next week, our interagency meeting in September, we'll be talking about some of those initiatives. But those are great things. Voc Rehab is really crucial to what we do. So we do need to increase that significantly.
Yeah, as far as job openings for individuals, it's especially starting jobs, it's just unbelievable right now. You could almost would be really important. The other question is the Utah State University has an exceptional autism program. Are we working closely with them to see about our kids with autism to get them over to college?
Is that Aggie's Elevated or?
No, probably not Utah State, Utah Valley. Utah State also does, but Utah Valley actually a better program.
Yeah, I think that's probably the one hang up we've heard as we've been starting to promote that the Wolverines Elevated is with Aggie's Elevated, they have on-campus housing to support independent living, whereas the Wolverines does not, as far as I'm understanding. So I think that's been a barrier for some of our parents in transportation, but it's definitely something we push. The outcome is amazing, especially when it comes to independent living. Bob Morgan, who is over the UTAT, 80% of their outcomes for independent living, up from like 30%. So it's a really great program. It's a lot of great help. So we are trying to help parents be more aware of those programs.
Okay, I just found it with Utah Valley that even though they may not have housing, transportation is free coming back and forth. So sometimes it makes it easier for them and it makes it easier on the parents to send their kids to college.
And I love that you brought that up, because that's one of the reasons why for CTA we're so insistent on public transit is one of our things that we do, because it does open that access gate to be able to get to those programs and be able to access the community in that way. So
and Utah Valley has disability counselors.
Yeah.
So they have a whole section of 3 or 4 counselors that actually that's what they do. So anyway, it'd be interesting to see what a relationship. We've done that in the past, trying to move them together. It'd be interesting to see.
And I think also, just to make a comment on that, and it is related to indicator 13, the board put in a policy, and I really appreciate that, our alternate diploma. And I think that'll actually help streamline some of that as well, because those will be perfect candidates too for some of that to access. So that'll be a great opportunity as well.
Thank you, Mrs. Oakes.
So I apologize if this is totally out of your lane and really more in Chauncey's, but it does address vocational rehab. So I really appreciate that you guys are utilizing that more. I think it's an important resource. I'm curious whether or not we're also utilizing it for kids with 504s.
I love that you asked, because we are, and it's been a really great partnership with, prior to Chancey, and now Chancey coming in. We actually had our Coy Jackson come and present to our 504 coordinators at the high school level. Started there, but yeah, we're encouraging a lot more participation in vocational rehabilitation. And our program, the summer work-based learning program, is not going to be open just for special education students, but also be open for 504 students as well as we grow that program. My hope is it's a 2-year grant with a possible extension for a 3rd year, but my hope is to continue to be a provider long-term. I think districts probably need to look at this as something that they can do, because with the added funding, we are able to provide a seamless service, right? And that's what's really important, is families need a central place to come for their help, rather than having to, I mean, I know it's hard, but you want to have them go out and do all this stuff, and we don't want to do too much for them. But at the same time, it's so hard when you have to balance 5 different agencies. And if we can help be that hub, that's what we really want.
So along with that, in terms of the transition into higher ed, one of the concerns I have is that IEPs obviously are not available on the college level. They do qualify for 504s, and there are significant differences in how those function at a university. How are you making sure that parents, that the students are aware of how that functions, like what the transition looks like, what kind of documentation they need, being able to go into a university, how to talk to or communicate with disability services at the various schools?
That's a great question too. And I think partnering with school counselors is what we're working on. We're trying to tie in with responsive better to create a more seamless experience. That's probably the biggest one. But also making sure that parents are aware through a variety of media and publications to get that information out there. We also, I think one of the things we're looking at right now is the summary performance, and making sure that we're working with our receiving agencies, both vocational rehabilitation and universities, so that those summaries of performance actually will constitute a launching pad for what they need as information based. We spend a lot of time creating these summaries of performances upon exit for students who are exiting due to graduation. And we're not seeing as much intake from our receiving agencies about the importance of the summer performance. So we're going to work with a panel, we'll work with COI, and try to get an understanding of what it is that they need for us to give them this wealth of information to help support some of that. So it's a great question.
And I think even to speak to that point, here's one example and why this is so critically important for parents to receive the information they need. I know of many parents that have gone to disability services at a university, fully assuming that all of that information would be laid out in front of them, and it wasn't necessarily. Like, for instance, the student can sign a waiver saying that they allow their parent to be able to access information for their grades or other things. And there are some universities that will not provide that information or that form unless you ask for it and you insist that you know that that's available to them. So I'm just thinking anything that we can do to be able to empower these parents and the students as they're leaving, whether it's a kid with an IEP or a 504, doesn't matter, any kind of disability, I think is going to be critically important for their long-term success.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we are going to try to do, we have a contact at UVU who is one of the disability counselors there. And I think what we would like to do is get her participation on our interagency collaboration committee as well, so we can solicit some of that feedback information and try to help understand what we can control, but what we can do to help facilitate that. So I think that's great feedback, and would love any thoughts and ideas you have on it. So.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold?
So it's just a question, but do we have access to the educational talent search where they come in and help all the first generation bound students, family bound students, which are also usually a lot of our students who are in resources, come in and they, like when I was served on it, I went to 11 middle schools and 11 high schools, and I helped all those students do their FOSFAs. I helped all those students go to different career places, choices. Like I took them to beauty schools and to electrical schools and things like that. And then I had to see them through to the college and then pass them on to another college person who was in that same program. Do we have access to any of that?
It sounds like gears to me, but I'm not 100%.
Sounds like what?
Gears to me. It sounds like that's kind of the.
So we don't have access to any of it?
As I'll have to look into that. It's not something that I'm as familiar with, but I would be happy to look into it. If it's a resource we can levy, I'm going to definitely want to take advantage of it. So.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Did you have anything else or?
I'm happy to answer any questions, but otherwise I'm.
Yeah, I think we've had the questions, but yeah, thank you.
So you can
Ms.
see
Newell.
what's great about this team is we sit and look at all this data and start brainstorming where our areas of need are. And I just have to tell you, Nate's always like, I have an idea. I have another idea. Well, I can leverage this and this and this and this. And all of a sudden Terry chimes in and says, what about this? It's just really a great opportunity to work with a team that has all the students at their heart and personal experiences that weigh in to assisting parents and students to be successful. So yes, so thank you for letting us come and share a little bit about UPIPs, a pretty complicated system really, but we wanted to share a little bit about what that looks like and what we're working on.
Great. Thank you very much for all that you're doing. And we just feel your love and your passion for the students and the teachers that you work with. And we appreciate it because it's so important. And that everyone gets that high quality experience. And we appreciate all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next is item 7E, update on section 504 implementation in Canyon schools. And although the agenda lists Chancey Lauren, she's asked to be excused, and Mr. BJ Willer will give us the report.
Thank you for this opportunity to talk about 504s. So we have just included in our end of year report right there in the middle, you just passed it. We have just over 900 students across the district with a 504. This is from our end of year data last year. We started with about 8 students in kindergarten. And then by the end of the senior year, 121 students had 504s. So that's how many in each grade level you can see. We spike in high schools and it's varied, inconsistent by high school. Corner Canyon and then Alta are the two highest schools with 504s. And then it just goes down from there. One of the great things that I'm excited about this year with Chancey Lauren joining our team is just a refocus, a re-energized look at 504s. She has been scheduling individual meetings with every school team to review the 504 process and then talk through, what are the gaps or the areas for improvement? How can we make this information more available to parents? She's talked with a couple healthcare providers already. One of the challenges with 504s is that a family can go to their doctor and a doctor can hand them a paper and say, hey, your kid needs a 504. When in reality, sometimes that's actually not the case. Like, we're already providing the accommodations like in a tier 1 system. So there's no difference to then what they would need. So just making sure that we systematically go through this process. I would ask that we can come back after these trainings, give Chancey a minute to get her feet on the ground and really figure out what this looks like. She did a training already at the beginning of the year with Jeff Christensen with legal counsel at Corner Canyon. And then Jeff Murray, one of our programmers, administrations, he created in our dashboard system an option for teachers to be able to look at every 504 on the dashboard. So that's brand new this year as well. So we're just working through, you know, those small little things that we've been able to identify. But I think the biggest thing is, one, just refocus on this. 2, training at every school. And 3, we're working closely with our legal department to make sure that we're doing that. So.
Mrs. Nybar.
Thank you. Quick question. You mentioned that Corner Canyon and Alta have the highest amount of students with 504s. I know their populations are also higher, but just wondering, with the number of 504s that we give out, how many of those are first directed by parents or instigated by parents? Would there be a correlation there? Would there be so many more?
I think all of them are, almost every single one is requested by a parent.
So maybe we can look at ways we can help detect in the other schools, students that maybe possibly need 504s and maybe parents don't know how to advocate for or help. Or
I think that's definitely part of it. I think also just identifying appropriate 504s.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Oakes.
Thanks, BJ. You know, I was going to ask you questions. So a couple things. One, I want to congratulate you and your team, or Chancey, for instigating the piece of the dashboard. In order for students to qualify for 504 services at the university level, they have to have a paper trail, but that's what they've been receiving. It's also critically important for them, as you know, for them to be able to get testing accommodations. So that's a big game changer for them when they're going to take things like the ACT or an AP test. It makes a huge difference. So whatever we can do to make sure that that process is streamlined, that when parents leave the high school system or they're ready to apply to a university, that they have all of that, all their ducks in a row, it's really important. Another question I have is with regard to the previous audit that we received as a school district. And one of the findings of the audit, if I recall correctly, and my memory could be an error on this, but if I remember correctly, it said that our secondary teachers didn't have a very robust understanding or knowledge of disabilities in general, that there was kind of, compared to what we had at the elementary level, there was a need for additional training on the secondary level. And I'm curious about what the plans are for the district to address that, because to Ms. Nybar's point, we have to consider that there are some kids that their disability isn't picked up on in K through 5. Sometimes it really doesn't show up until they hit middle school or high school, sometimes even. I mean, we still sometimes hear about kids that make it to college and they just finally get diagnosed. And I cannot help but think that if teachers are more aware of some of the red flags or the warning signs, or they understand how to help get that, get them in the right place, that can be a huge game changer for our students and would make a big difference in the long run on things like our graduation rates.
Yeah, I don't have an answer to that right now, other than we're going to work with our leadership team to look at all professional development for teachers and figure out the best way to do that. First, Chancey's going to every school team to identify where things are at and find out what's happened already. And then when she brings those results back, we'll make a plan.
And one additional follow-up. I agree with you that sometimes the propensity of kids being able to qualify for a 504 through a pediatrician that might not necessarily be a mental health professional. That can be difficult and dicey. I've also had experiences with constituents coming to me and telling me that on the secondary level in particular, when they have something like a psychoeducational evaluation or a neuropsych evaluation, something that's pretty gold standard attached to a disability, that they still receive pushback from staff. So I know that's not our standards as a district. If that comes up, would you recommend that we put them in touch with Chancey? I mean, what's kind of the line of protocol there?
Absolutely. If they're feeling like the school is not being responsive to the student's disability and accommodations, then for sure Chancey would be the next person to talk to as our District 504 coordinator. The other thing I would just caution schools and parents, right? You can print out lists of accommodations for different disabilities online, 3 pages worth of accommodations, right? So when you're really looking at what the disability is, the team and the parent need to work together to really identify what are the specific accommodations to help them have equal access, not more competitive or more opportunity, like it's equal access, right? I mean, across the country, people compare the 504s to the California college scandals, where they're saying parents are trying to give their kids a competitive edge by getting them a 504 right before the ACT. And whether that's true or not, that's what some parents are claiming across the country. And so we want to make sure that whatever process we follow is fair, it's consistent, and that there truly is a disability, and that the accommodations that are provided are the correct ones for that student to help them be successful.
So I understand where you're coming from. Just as a cautionary note, sometimes I have met parents that have tried to get their kids accommodations before, had a diagnosed disability, sometimes from 2 or 3 practitioners, approached their school admin, were talked out of it. And it wasn't until that child really had perpetual walls that they were hitting with their testing because of legitimate neurodiverse issues that they really pushed to get help before they took the ACT or the AP exam. So I don't think it's necessarily that's always an indicator that somebody's trying to work the system. Sometimes it can be an indicator that they've come up against a lot of roadblocks.
Yeah, we would love to know if that's happening. Absolutely. Yeah.
Mrs. Arnold? So my comments were along the same line as Amanda's. Seriously, in elementary school, when we find that there's students that we see that might need some accommodations, that it's more of a 504 than it is a IEP, we just go down to the counselor and we say, we're looking at the student, here's my information and my data. And they go, okay, let's take a more look at this. And we actually call the parent and say, hey, have you thought about maybe this accommodation? And then we have our meeting. Middle school and high school, I know that they have large numbers and it's really hard to spot some of those things in the middle school and high school, but still we should be able to have our teachers.
So each of our schools have a student support team, even our secondary schools, and we're continuing to train and refine that process just so for exactly that reason. If a student's struggling, get the parent involved, find out what's going on, see what they can do to support the kid.
I mean, if they're the last one out of the building taking their test, it should be giving you an indicator of something there that's going on. So that's why I was supporting Amanda.
Definitely an area that we acknowledge we need to improve.
Okay. Thanks.
One thing, sorry. There is a Utah Parent Center liaison that we have, Elise Merrill. She would be another good resource for parents just to help them through the system that we know can be difficult sometimes. So I wanted to make sure you knew that.
Thank you. So I don't
Yeah,
think
we'd
there are
love-
any more
we'd love to come
questions.
back after we have
Yeah.
more
So,
time to
yeah, so I made note of that. Do you think mid-year or end of the year? When would be?
Can we meet with Superintendent?
Yes,
Robbins
yes,
after
get,
the
yeah.
timeline?
Get that figured out and then just let us know. We'd love to have you back.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll make sure
Thank you.
Chancey comes and
Yes.
presents. She'd love an
Okay.
opportunity.
We'd love to have her too, but thank you for giving us this report.
Thanks.
All right, that concludes our items on the business section of the agenda. We will now have comments from superintendent and then business administrator, Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you, President Tingy. Just a couple of things. First, just want to recognize and thank our PTA leadership that was here tonight. In the last couple of weeks, I had the opportunity to have our superintendent luncheon with our SEC leadership as well as PTA leadership, and want to thank board members that attended that week. I thought it was a very informative and just very collaborative, again, just to meet and have lunch with our leadership. Also, it was in the consent agenda, but just want to shout out to the board and congratulate the board on the approval of the joining the mass tort lawsuit against Juul and vaping. I'm thrilled that we're sending a message of strength in joining other districts in fighting vaping with young people, especially. We know what kind of devastating impact it can have and a scourge that has become with our young people. So no matter what happens with the lawsuit, I'm just grateful for the board's willingness to step up to help protect our kids. So thank you. And then finally, just thank you to all of our parents and patrons that came tonight and shared their feelings. It seems like during the pandemic, almost every single board meeting has a lot of emotions and feelings and tone around some of those topics, and it's understandable. I think it was said, we still are in a pandemic. I think showing each other grace and civility during this time is much appreciated, I think, by all, because of the weight that each and every person that's here carries. So I just want to thank all of our patrons and parents for their civility and sharing their passions, but also their kindness and respect to the process. So that's all I got tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox.
Yes, thank you, President Tingy. Just want to thank everyone who's helped us get us through this first 3+ weeks of school. I've never seen anything like what the situation we're in with the labor shortage, statewide, maybe even nationwide. Certainly in our local communities, I see restaurants have to close down or close to in-person services just because of labor issues. So I appreciate everybody who's helping us out. We are short on bus drivers. Maybe our biggest issue is our nutrition workers. We're really struggling there, but appreciate all of them who are helping us out in our kitchens every day. We've heard Misty and her team speak. We're short on paraeducators, and of course Steve is here and he'll tell you we're way down on substitutes. So again, a plea to our community to, if you're available, please come help us out in any of our areas. We're just about hiring in any position, but we certainly could use the help. And so, but we do appreciate everyone who's got us through these first few weeks, and we're looking forward to continuing on. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we'll do some board member reports and comments. Let's start with Mr. Millerberg.
I'm going to start off with the fun stuff. Since we last met, we've had the first day of kindergarten. My gosh, that is a good time. That is a good day. I walked across the street, went over to Mid-Valley, and I had the opportunity of watching two of the kindergarten teachers at Mid-Valley welcome students for the first day. I don't know if it's harder on the kids or harder on the parents. The separation anxiety is for real. You know, you can send people to college and you can train them to be teachers. But I really believe that some teachers take the craft of teaching and convert it into an art form. I spent some time with Ashley Bell and Vicki Hammond, who are two of the kindergarten teachers, and they are both teachers that have taken teaching to an art form. And it was interesting to have those young kids automatically love their teachers in a matter of about 2 or 3 minutes. When I first came on the Board of Education, they told me if you really want to make people mad, talk about school boundaries. So I'm going from the fun part to maybe even the stuff that could, well, what are they going to do? Fire me? I guess. I don't know. A year ago, we started talking about school boundaries in the Mid-Bell area. And I keep waiting and waiting and waiting. And I've got people, constituents that keep talking to me, asking me what's happening there. And so, you know, Leon, I guess you're kind of the one that spearheads that and makes it all happen. I think we need to put some sort of a plan or some sort of an explanation out there to what we are doing. Construction's continuing in that area, and I think we need to solve that before it becomes a major issue. The other thing is at the same time, well, in subsequent meetings, we talked about other boundaries that may be somewhat inconsistent or incongruent in the district. And I would just like to see that happen. I'm starting to get comments from people in your area. Want to guess who? About other boundaries that may be inconsistent as far as the feeder system is concerned. I don't know, you know, I think sometimes very, very important issues get buried in the consent agenda. You brought up one. We approved new members of the Canyons Education Foundation tonight. And I'll admit that sometimes I'm guilty of seeing the consent agenda and I don't really go through and read everything on those. I would encourage you to look at the people that are on the Canyons Education Foundation. These are a group of really, really good people. We have people in the medical profession. We have people in the banking industry. We have people in the construction industry. We have architects that are sitting on that. We have, I probably shouldn't have started naming, we have a couple of people that are in our state legislature. And we've got some real quality people. And I really appreciate what they do. You know, we've talked tonight about providing, you know, with equity, providing opportunities, even though we can't guarantee what the outcomes will be. The Canyons Education Foundation is an organization that will help provide opportunities to our students that may otherwise, well, they'll provide a pathway to students that who may otherwise not have a pathway. That is a great organization. They help our teachers with grants, showing innovation. For teachers that show innovation can apply for a grant. They receive that. They've been giving scholarships to kids who otherwise would not be able to go to college to go on. And so I would just encourage you to open that section in the consent agenda and just read through and see who these people are that are doing the best they can to make a difference in education on their own nickel. And not only is their time on their own nickel, but they're putting a lot more than their own nickel into that to make it happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill?
Okay. I have been busy. So I have kind of a little bit of a long list. I just want to start by thanking all the patrons for their comments, for coming here in person, and they were very respectful and civil and thanked us, and that was really nice. So I really do appreciate that. I want to thank all the people that have emailed us, because we have gotten a lot of emails, and I know I read everyone, and I think all the board members read every single email. So we do appreciate getting that feedback from you. I want to thank the superintendent for having the SEC luncheon and PTA luncheon. That was really fun to attend that. And also, I just want to thank him for doing this listening tour. Nancy and I attended the one at Butler Middle School last week, and he did a really excellent job. There were a lot of hard questions and a lot of passion, and he handled it just really well. Anyway, so I just want to thank him. He did a great job. Then also I attended the audit committee, which is a board committee, and we talked about an external auditor. Is that right? And then we talked about we're going to do some audits, and so that will be interesting. What audits we're going to do. I think you guys will like it. And then the calendar committee, we met, and also I think that'll be coming on the agenda. Luckily, there's nothing too difficult with the calendars in the next 3 years. So that's good. I also attended the South Valley Chamber Women in Business, and they had a really great speaker, and a bunch of students from our high schools were there, attended, and I think the speaker was really good. And so I just want to encourage my board members to attend that if you have time. And then also Nancy and I have been going around. Collinwood Heights City is really great, and they go and take a big basket of gifts to all the teachers of the year for the schools in Collinwood Heights. So that's been really fun, just to go visit the schools, and we go in the classroom and the kids are all excited, and we go with the mayor, and he said, I'm the mayor of Collinwood Heights. And a little boy said, I'm from Collinwood Heights. And then they were all like, I'm from Taylorsville. I'm from Collinwood Heights. Anyway, it was just really cute, but it's just really fun. And I think the teachers appreciate it. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Mrs. Oakes.
I want to thank our patrons again for coming in and communicating with us. Even though there are things that can be difficult to traverse and discuss, and we talk through things and we consider things and we discuss things, at the end of the day, the kids who have really involved parents are the luckiest kids. They really are so blessed to have you in their court and to be involved in their education. And it makes such an enormous difference. And I would encourage you, I'm just going to put a little plug in there for you, Terry. Please come out and volunteer for the PTA, be part of our school community councils, be part of some of these committees that we have going on. We need to hear from you. And the more you're involved in the voice of the district, the better we are. We need one another. And I think this year more than ever, I want to encourage all of my fellow board members, and I'm excited to see some of you up at the USBA retreat that we're going to be having up in Midway. I won't be able to go for the whole time, but I will be driving up for Friday for the majority of all of that training. I feel like the training I received at USBA was such a game changer and taught me so much about how to be a better board member. And I really appreciated learning from people that have been doing this for a long time. And the concept of building a strong board is such an important one. And last but definitely not least, I want to put a shout out to Rick for organizing the small trip that we took down to Arizona last week to see what Arizona State University is doing with online learning. Compared to where we were with online learning a year ago, and we were getting so many frustrated emails from parents, I feel like we've come such a long way, and I'm so excited to see where we go. ASU is incredibly innovative and forward-thinking and how to improve online learning, what kind of a teacher, like what they need to do in order to be able to reach and connect with their student in a way that's different than what we've seen before and new and improved. And I was so impressed by what that university has done to reach into the community from the K-12 level. Feels like sometimes our universities are silos, and like trying to bridge that gap can be unwieldy sometimes. And ASU has made it just this seamless transition from kindergarten all the way through their university. And they're reaching out and really trying to close the gap of access where people struggle with that. So I really am looking forward to it. Like, I kind of like what Steve said, some of these political issues that pull us off the rails from moving forward and really becoming innovative as a district are unfortunate. And it's, I hope we never lose sight on where we really, really want to be. I think that we can be a world-class district. I know that there's wonderful things we have to look forward to. I'd love to see us become a real leader in STEM education and some of these other things with the arts, with so many different things. But I think this piece with ASU is going to be critically important for our forward motion, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
A couple good things here. First off, I received a letter this week of appreciation for Sean Walker, the principal at St. Elementary. And I was really impressed because most of the letters I get are negative. And this parent was really positive and going the extra mile on the parent. I sent him a letter back because I'm encouraging parents to please send positive things to your teachers. I sent him a letter back and I said, or email saying, thank you for giving me this positive thing. He says, I'm usually really grumpy, but I had to go and tell you something about this principal. So that's really, I really appreciate that. And I do want to encourage you. I mean, it's been, as I've gone and talked with different schools and teachers, people are really angry. The level is so high this year. Parents, teachers are getting flipped off in the line and driving their kids off, and administration at the desk are getting yelled at. So we really do need to try to help them feel loved and compassion on that. Had an opportunity to also go to ASU. We talked about the online, but the thing that I'm really excited about is the partnership we're trying to do with Jordan High School. Jordan's really struggled. It's down to 1,900, 1,800 kids now. It was what Alta was several years ago. And we have the opportunity now to turn Jordan High sort of similar as we've been doing with Alta High into another actual coordination, one of the first in the state to do that. And I think that's going to be exciting. We'll have that opportunity to have actually colleges actually in high school teaching things that they can then miss their first 2 years and save the families lots of money. And they'll be really, so I thought it was an exciting program just to see that and to see that's happening at that. The other thing, and I sort of talked about it a little bit earlier today, I'm not really sure over the first few years in the board, or the last 2 years have really changed. The first couple of years in the board, when everybody sent emails, it was pretty easy to say, okay, yeah, boundary issue. Yeah, you got a lot of real good points. And yeah, with this here, but there wasn't a lot of other people saying, no, I don't want that boundary. Yes, I do want that boundary. And they weren't arguing against each other over the boundaries. They were mad at me over the boundary. And I could deal with that. The hard part lately is I will get, and the other board members too, I'll get an email that's well documented, well researched, saying I'm on the right side or the left side. Don't say the left side. And this is what I want you to do. And if you don't do this, then I'm mad. But then I'll open the next email up and it'll be on the other side, well researched, well documented, with just as much love in it. And I'm going, so what do I do? Because if I go with this person's ticked off, and they're not going to be ticked off at me. They will, but they'll be ticked off at each other. And then I'm going to have arguing going over because one is over. The only thing I could think, and I don't know, is how do we come up with some kind of compromise for unity's sake? And that's what I've been sort of looking at. How do we draw parents together so we come up with some compromise? Because that's what's happening in the government at the local and especially at the nation level. There's no compromise, and we're gridlocked, and everybody's mad. So as we move forward, I'm trying to bring the parents together to say, I understand both of you've got arguments, and they're well documented, but if I go with one side, then the other side's mad, and then it causes all kinds of contention. And then the next time, I don't know, it's a real difficult spot. So as we go through, we try to figure out, so how can we get people together and sort of come to some kind of a compromise that people can agree on? It's sort of like on the board. We compromise all the time. I don't always agree with the bot. He doesn't always agree with me. So we have to come to the middle ground sometime, and I'll give a little, he gives a little. We do all the time? No, that doesn't always happen. Anyway, but so I don't know, because that's the unique thing that's happened over the last couple of years is that both sides are right, you know? They've got some well-documented things. They've got some good things. And I look at both of the sides. As I could go with either side. I mean, I understand both things that are going on. I talk with a lot of people. I totally understand where you're coming from. But to make a decision to go with one side versus the other, not to come together, compromise, I'm only causing more contention and causing more issues, which then spills over to the schools, which spills over to the students. And because those contentions spill over, and then we have some issues. So somehow we need to try to figure out, and all the craziness is going on, how do we get people together and really work with us as an entity? And I think that's all I really need to say for tonight. I just am grateful for all the people that do come and give us information and stuff, and take all this time, and we listen to it, you know. But thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Neubauer?
Thank you, Steve, for your comments. Really appreciated them. First off, I wanted to thank the patrons that came and spoke. The few of you that are still there, thank you. I really appreciate it. Although it is a lot of time to read emails and field phone calls and texts, the best decisions are made when we're well informed. And I've met some very smart and well-researched parents that are advocating for their children. And really, what a great opportunity to be in a district with parents who care that much, and parents who are smart, and parents that are researching, and they're going to find the answers, and they're going to find, you know, what they can do to help their kids. So I think although this provides a buffet of opinions, we're actually in a pretty amazing spot to have this type of parent involvement. And if we can harness that, what a great opportunity, you know, the heights we can reach. And I appreciate the leadership and the humility that has been demonstrated this evening by Mr. Weller, who somehow got the long assignment to stay in place of someone else, by Dr. Robbins for his discussion with equity. I think one thing kind of percolates with me. I think as we work hard to establish trust and confidence, that's how we can become united and come together. I have a little real world example. So in my 44 years, I had surgery for the first time ever this last week. And I've had this knee issue for decades. And the surgeon's talking to me about the procedure he's going to do. And it's called a lateral release. And my mom happens to talk to me, of course, about this appointment. She says, "Oh, that's really controversial. People don't do lateral releases anymore. Look at it online." So after some Google research, of course, I see, there's differing opinions. But what it came down to is I had trust and confidence in my surgeon. He had done this. He'd had all this clinical experience, and I felt like he was going to do the right thing. So a little bit of faith and trust on my end, and I'm sure my knee is going to be better than it ever has been. But I think that there's a point to this. I think that in our society today, we've got Google and we've got these search engines, and we can all become experts and well-researched. And then I really appreciated the patron that said, "I realize we're on the same team. You're here as our line of defense, and I trust you. We just need to all be cognizant and aware together." And I worry about that for our kids, because we've been talking a lot about mental health tonight. And one of the largest factors for mental health is the social media that our children are participating in, right? And sometimes that social media creates these chasms and this major divide, because when we're in our social media element, we may be in somewhat of echo chamber. And so my concern is then amplified by others' concerns. And I think this happens to our kids too frequently, right? In their social experiments as they're growing up. And so as we move forward with strategic planning, one initiative I had
when I ran for school board is I'd love for us to educate our children better about technology and what it means to be a good citizen online and how to protect yourself and how to remember that this is a tool, but that our technology and our cell phones and things, they should not dictate to us and interrupt our sleep patterns and our social patterns and our mental health. So that's something I look forward to in the future. I was able to send my 6th of my 7 children to kindergarten. Mont mentioned that and watched that red carpet. And that was really, really a special experience for me. I appreciate the kindergarten teacher who puts her arm around these little guys that need it. I'm very grateful for the leadership in this district. And I really appreciated what Nancy said when she talked about the terms every and all and how we need to think about each and one. And I think when we have this discussion about equity, it's about personalized education and reaching out to the one. And I'm grateful for those examples that Rick gave us tonight, where we could put faces to these kids that we've made a difference for. That's what it's all about. So in closing, thank you to the patrons. I hear you and I respect you and I understand your perspective, and I hope I can do my best to reflect that in the decisions I make. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold?
I really like being last because everybody said everything that you can possibly even think of. I probably should have asked Leon for a joke because the only thing that I participated in the last week and a half was the audit committee, the financial audit committee. And that, no, it wasn't. That wasn't really a joke. It was really a good discussion.
The most favorite committee I ever sat on.
The audit committee. Well, it actually was really, really great. We had a lot of really good discussions because the audit committee has changed some. And we're the ones who are supposed to be directing, where we're going and how we're doing and what we want to have the audits run on. And so we had quite a bit of a discussion on what we feel like we need to really look at, not only just close up, but also in the future too. And so it was actually a good discussion. But with that, I'll end tonight.
Thank you. And I don't have much to report, but I do want to mention that we are in the process of conducting school community council training. And so those of you that have signed up for school community councils, please try and find time to come to the training. It's really helpful. And even if you've been serving for a while, please come because it's always good reminders. And I've been involved in school community councils for 2 decades. And I still learn something every time I attend a training. And so I encourage you and any board members too, if you want to come and participate.
I want to add to that. I did go. Nancy is an amazing trainer. I learned so much from her and from Susan and from Alice. And I really appreciated all the information that I got from that training because I thought I knew a lot about it, but I learned a lot more.
Thank you. And like I said, other board members, you're welcome to come. And we'd love to have you. The other thought I just want to share, and there's been a lot of talk about the conflicts and the divisiveness in our society and the passion and the polar opposite positions on things and all of that. And yes, that's real, and it is affecting a lot of what we do here in the schools, but yes, but by listening to all the different viewpoints, it will make what we do here better. But in spite of all that, and I won't go into any details, but just personally, I've had experiences recently where the goodness of people has been overwhelming. And I just, as hard as it is when things get difficult and divided, I know in the end, people are good and people want to do the right thing, and people love their children. And as we focus on that, we will be able to move ahead and move forward in very exciting and productive and wonderful ways. And so with that, if there's nothing else, I will declare that the meeting is adjourned.